right, folks. We're just 2 minutes away from the show we've all been waiting for, The Lion's Den. You know it's about to be crazy, interesting, and downright hilarious tonight. If you've been here before, you already know why this is one of the few shows that keeps you glued to the screen the entire time. The host, fearless. What can I say? The man's a legend. Handsome, well-built, and an intellectual powerhouse. Quick-witted doesn't even begin to describe him. This guy handles every topic like a pro and never misses a beat. And you can't forget Keenal from Black Man Travels. Deep thinker, always dropping knowledge, bringing those big conversations that really make you sit back and reflect. He's all about opening up your mind to new perspectives. Oh, and when Ronan steps in, it's a whole different vibe. The man brings balance, discipline, and humor all wrapped into one. He's the kind of guy that can crack you up 1 second and drop wisdom the next. This is grown folks talk. No nonsense, no drama. Just real, respectful conversations. They get into the deep stuff, but they always respect everyone's viewpoint. You can trust the Lion's Den to bring real, unfiltered, adult conversations with that perfect mix of intellect and fun. You've got your popcorn ready, right? Because in just about a minute, this place is gonna light up. Get comfortable, hit that subscribe button if you haven't, and make sure you're locked in. Let's go. The Lion's Den is about to start.
All right, it's almost time. I've been waiting for this all week. Is it just me, or does time slow down when you're waiting for the Lion's Den to start?
Come on, let's go. I got things to say tonight. I'm ready to hop on the panel. You better have subscribed already. If you haven't hit that subscribe button and smash the like by now, what are you waiting for? You gotta support the Den, people.
Hit that notification bell too, unless you want to miss out and hear about it later.
This is the show you don't want to miss. Every week I'm here waiting. The energy, the conversations, is about to get real.
Tick tock, I swear this is the longest minute of my life.
Tick tock, tick tock. The panel tonight's gonna be fire. I can feel it. Who's joining tonight? Let's go. Hit that subscribe button already.
Yo, grab your popcorn, grab your drink. It's about to go down. You're not ready for what's coming. I got my snacks, my drink,
And I'm locked in.
Let's get this show started.
All right. Quiet down. The show's about to start. Everyone ready?
Silence. The Lion's Den is about to begin. Let's go.
Yay.
That's right.
It's another Friday. By the way, I want to wish our boy Black Man Travels a happy birthday. He is out with the family currently celebrating his birthday. Nice little movie and dinner night, but he said he will try to join us a little later on during the discussion. Thank you for everybody joining the live tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to sit here with us and listen to this information that we're about to give out.
So we could have been in China together, man.
Hey, I'm heading that way. I'm going to stop off in Taiwan now. You know, Taiwan be putting out some stuff now, too.
When your girl asks for a Birkin bag, you tell her...
I already know where to go. I said, baby, let's get on a plane and go to China. I can get you just as good as a Birkin bag, just cheaper.
Nothing wrong with that. Tonight, guys, we're going to have some interesting topic. What we want to talk about, one, is the tariffs, but lightly on that. We kind of just want to touch on it. Oh, my mic is way over here. I'm tripping. Kind of just want to touch on it because what we really want to get in is, why are you... brothers and boys in the hood so obsessed with labels after we just found out that the labels really don't mean that. They make them in China, putting a label in them, but you guys are spending that extra money to go over there and just get a label.
Y'all,
why is that? Why is the Black community so hypnotic on things like that? We make no money from it. Everybody's making money but us. We are the consumers. So China making money by doing it. The labels marking it up 1,000% making money. United States making money on tariffs, and we just buying it.
And they making money on us
and killing over it. You know what was that song? Chicken ring and the fried rice.
three chicken wings and a fried rice.
Three chicken wings and a fried rice, baby. That's how they playing.
I love it.
That's all y'all getting: the 3 chicken wings and the fried rice, and that's all you got. So. How did this start? Why are Black people obsessed with it? How did it start? All of that. What does China think about it? Because China is just basically saying, throwing the middle finger at y'all, at us, the Americans. So I'm going to let you start off, Ronan. You're going to give us the history.
Listen,
the
Listen, I've been
background.
in sales. Listen. I've been in sales for 40-some years. Okay. I'm 58 this year. Okay. I've been selling since I was a kid. Not only myself, when I was running around cutting grass, but as I grew up, I got into different businesses. I've sold everything from cars to pharmaceuticals. Legally, though, I wasn't no street pharmaceutical guy. I was actually a pharmaceutical rep and a medical supply rep. So hey, don't go too deep into it. But at the end of the day, there's a psychology behind selling. You got to understand who your competition is. Now, the thing is, Black folks from way back when have never been considered huge consumer buyers up until, the turn of the century, around 1930s. Started getting into our own businesses. Obviously, at Black Wall Street, you had a lot of Black different cities and towns that were actually super productive and made a shit ton of money for themselves. We kept the Black dollar within our community a long time back then, and it started getting disseminated. And I think they started keying in on this around 1939. I'm gonna play this video. Everybody's gonna refer to this video. So rather than get it from some other people, I want y'all to hear the initial video. I cut it up so that we can get away with playing it, and I cut it up to having the most important parts being played when it comes to the mentality of white people and why they started selling to us more geared and how they geared it toward us.
Oh, I think he got it right there. I think Drew done hit the nail on the head.
Yep. That's the video I'm about to play, Drew. So without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and run this fair use, right along with we'll start dissecting this after this initial video. Here we go.
Hello, I'm Bob Trout. I've got a story here that I think is big, really big, because it's bound to have a terrific impact on business. I'm talking about a new market, a big new market, millions upon millions of new prospects with $15 billion to spend. That's right, I said $15 billion. That's a lot of money, isn't it? The surprising thing is that it's a fresh market, still full of opportunities. It grew up so fast, got so big in a hurry, that few of us realize its scope. Now, these days, nobody's likely to pass up chances to sell. And yet right here in our own front yard, there's a neglected market. There's money waiting to be spent. To get the story of this market, to be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro, we did a lot of digging. We talked to leading businessmen, to customers, and to salesmen. We went to Washington, D.C. We set up cameras and other key points around the nation. And out of this all, there emerged a story, the story of a new market. Yes, this is the market we're talking about, the new Negro family. Their name is Wells or Wilson, Smith or Brown or Alexander or Breen. They live in Chicago, in Atlanta or New York, in Detroit, St. Louis, Los Angeles, any one of 1,000 cities and towns. All over the country, families such as this are enjoying new prosperity. They have new interests, new standards of living, a buying power they've never enjoyed before. They're good prospects for practically all types of goods and services. All too often, though, they're overlooked prospects. Why? Because of some good, valid reason? No. They're overlooked because of mistaken ideas, because of out-of-date ideas about how the Negro lives and how he buys. The truth of the matter is that the Negro lives pretty much the same as other folks. He buys pretty much the same way, too. But just the same, a lot of old doubts and opinions keep cropping up over and over again. Story from the Secretary of Commerce himself. Here is the Honorable Sinclair Weeks, the Secretary of Commerce of the United States.
In the Department of Commerce, we are constantly alert to trends that mean a healthier national economy, better business for the nation as a whole. Recently, we have been interested in a rising young market, one that represents a huge potential for goods and services. I'm referring to the new Negro market. The tremendous buying power of this group is backed, of course, by an increased earning power. The average Negro family's income is at a record high. In fact, since 1939, it has increased more than the average income of all other Americans. Just take a look at a few figures. An official Department of Commerce report shows that at least 1/3 of the Negroes living in cities earn from $2,000 to $5,000 a year. Today, the average Negro wage earner brings home a paycheck 4 times larger than the one he collected in 1939. As a whole, the Negro market has a total income of about $15 billion every year. And after taxes, Negro families still have many billions of dollars to spend. Here is a buying power that cannot help but have a tremendous effect on our national economy and on business prosperity in general. When these dollars are spent for a wide range of goods, services, and employment, business everywhere is bound to feel the impact.
We all know that before you can sell to customers, you've got to get to know them. You must understand something about them. What do the Negro customers buy? Why do they buy? How do you sell to them? Let's find out. Let's hear the opinion of men who have spent a lifetime studying the buying habits of customers the world over. Here is what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer should know about some of these habits. 3 habits in particular play a big part in every sales transaction. To begin with, most Negroes buy by brand. They ask for products by name. They're quick to turn down off brands. Do you wonder why? Well, listen to what this customer is thinking.
That last hat I bought, it just didn't hold up at all.
You see, for a long time, the Negro has been sold a lot of shoddy, second-class merchandise. So now he asks for name brands in order to make sure he gets his money's worth. Buying by brand, that's the first important Negro buying habit. Now for the second. The Negro buys good quality merchandise. Symbols of quality and prestige are very important to the Negro customer. This woman, for example, is buying fine crystalware. But she is also buying the admiration and approval of her friends and relatives. Listen to her thoughts.
My, isn't it beautiful? I can hardly wait to show it to Pally and Joan.
It's a well-known fact that many Negro customers are influenced by the opinions of others. What their friends may think of a certain item often decides whether or not the sale is made. So remember, the Negro buys quality merchandise. That's the second important point. And here's the third thing to remember when selling to a Negro customer. When he specifically asks for one thing, don't try to sell him something else. Don't try to switch him at the point of sale. If you do, he'll probably react something like this.
Doesn't he think I've got the money to pay for it?
There's a reason for this reaction. Again, because he's had experience with cheap merchandise, the Negro resents being offered a substitute. He wants to be sold on quality, not price. The Negro buys by brand, he buys quality, and he doesn't like to be switched at point of sale. These are the keys to selling the Negro customer. Another point. The Negro family does things together, as a group. The family works as a unit. It lives as a unit, and it buys as a unit. When you sell to one member, you many times sell to all. It's also true that many places of entertainment are still closed to the Negro. So he spends more of his money for the things that are available to him, often for items that are considered luxuries. Another trait of the Negro market is the fact that it is a pre-sold market. We know that the Negro buys by brand, and he buys the brands that he knows something about. Where does the Negro buyer get this information? We know that Negro customers are turning more and more to the publications that are tailored specifically to their needs, that give them the news and the information that they want to read about. Many leading businessmen and companies already know this. That's why so many of them are taking this direct, sure route of reaching the Negro customer. The vice president of advertising of the Drew & Watch Company, for example, says this.
In many important cities throughout the United States, Negroes are important customers of the credit jeweler. Therefore, it seemed that Ebony magazine would be a very important advertising medium for us. We would say it was very well received, and from our viewpoint, a very successful campaign.
From the Remington Rand Company comes this statement.
Our records show that advertising in Ebony has been effective in many ways. As all good advertising should, it has built a terrific amount of goodwill and has brought a volume of sales and sales inquiries.
A representative of the Alaga Syrup Company makes this statement.
Because of Alaga's regard for the influence of Ebony in the Negro market, advertising space was doubled. Alaga's long experience in selling to Negroes now takes the most direct route to its best customers, reaching Ebony's 2.5 million audience in every issue.
And here are the statements of still other business leaders.
Yes, many business leaders are discovering the most direct and most efficient way of reaching the new Negro market. Look here at the results of the same advertisement in 2 different publications, Ebony and another general magazine. You can see that proportionately, more men and women read the ad in Ebony than the one in the other magazine. And they did a better job of remembering it, too. A greater percentage of readers noted, associated, and remembered the ad in Ebony.
That was it. So that's the beginning. That's the psychology. That's where we started off down that road of the black consumer being indoctrinated into global sales. Now, we can take away the news magazines and Ebony magazine and switch that up for TV advertisements and online ads and all the other promotions that we have from our superstars and sports and music and movies. So just understand the technology has been sped up, and Drew made a great point that I was making with Fearless. That was 15 billion back in 1954. So you can only imagine how much our spending power is grown now in 2025. And that was back when they only made 2,000 to 5,000 a year. a year. Can you imagine? 2 to 5K a year. Man, chicks would have a freaking hissy fit if you were telling them you only made 5K a year. Nowadays, you better be making damn near double that. If you're trying to make 6 figures, you got to be at least at 8K a year. I mean, a month. What you think, Fearless?
It's just some of the things I wrote down. We had to do the brand by name because we were full of prestige, admiration. So it was, what was that joke they made? It was in one of the movies. I may not be important, but I'm gonna look important.
Right. Fake it till you make it. All these things. Everybody wants to, peacock around and act like they're successful before they actually are.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that I see y'all still do today, and he kind of put it on there. You go to it and they say, "Are you sure you want this? What you mean? You don't think I can afford this?" We have to prove to this society, to those merchants, to all those people that we can afford it. A rich person doesn't even do that because they already come into the mindset that they can. But we got to prove it. Not only do we have to prove it, we have to wear it all over our body. A lot of guys have more expensive clothes than what their rent is.
Right.
Which is crazy.
Well, I got a video that kind of accents that real quick. You want me to play it?
Well, 1 second. Let me go over these other points. He said, when a woman was buying crystal, she's influenced by the opinion of others. Mm-hmm. So it was, I'm getting this so my friends can see I got it.
Boom. Shakalaka. Exactly.
And one of the saddest things he said at the end was, when you sell to one, you sell to all. Mm-hmm. Why do you think that back in the day when we could afford Cadillacs, that every black man had a Cadillac that they wanted to do? Because if you sold to one, it was just like, well, my daddy drove a Cadillac and his daddy drove a Cadillac and I'm going to have this.
Right.
You get that name brand in there that the whole family. So they don't, and you know who that leads me back to? The Democratic Party. You sell to one, you sell to all. My dad was a Democrat. My mom was a Democrat. I don't know even what they stand for, but I'm going to do it. That's what it is. You hook them at one place and you get it all down.
Right.
Which is crazy. And hey, before I forget, let me give a shout out. Go ahead. I want to give a shout out. There's a gentleman who sent a cash app.
I got one as well. Was it Steven?
Yes.
He sent you one as well. Yes. I thanked him for my $5 cash app. Appreciate you, brother. Sent that earlier this week. Definitely want to give you a shout out for the $5 cash app that you sent us. So thank you very much,
Stephen, for looking out for us. He was on the rerun crew and sent that after the show. So that is greatly appreciated, Stephen. Thank you very much, man.
Now let me go ahead and hit this up. I played this. I made this about 2 years ago on my TikTok.
Every luxury brand has a range of products especially for the poor. And that brings us back to the question, why are brands like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Balenciaga, and Hermes so popular with the poor? Well, the answer is psychological. In fact, every luxury brand has 2 product categories. A clothing category that will be accessible to the general public, with very flashy clothes that make the logo stand out. Luxury brands have in fact understood that the poor absolutely want to show that they are wearing luxury because they need to prove their values to others. And a second category reserved for the very rich with simple, discreet clothes. You don't even recognize the brand of the garment. Once again, luxury brands have understood that the rich don't want to be noticed and don't need to show or prove to others that they wear luxury. Luxury brands have therefore adapted their products to suit the psychology of their customers, and you should do the same if you want to succeed in selling anything.
Subscribe. I never thought about that, man. But if you think about it, when you see a white person's Louis Vuitton purse and you might see a tiny something that said LV. When a black person got a Louis Vuitton, they got the whole thing wrapped in Louis. Who wears a Louis outfit, man? A whole LV suit.
Right.
And we got to advertise like that because we want people to know that that's what we doing. Everyone else is discreet. You know, a t-shirt that might even be an expensive t-shirt, but you don't know it.
Nope. And I would say, the peacocking thing, back in the day, I think I seen it even in Malcolm X's movie where they had the zoot suits back in the day, and the brothers had that little lean in that side, and they would peacock around with these zoot suits on to kind of like style and profile in front of these women. You know, I don't know where our society went wrong and when it just started looking at the whole race thing towards, getting brand name products, peacocking around to try to get a woman. When did our focus shift from growing our communities to just showboating?
I don't know, but like this is called Made in China, worn in the hood.
Right.
It's we are the most consumers of all of these items, and we need to be seen with it. Nobody around the world does what we do. Even I've seen things, and I gotta say black folks, and I can't even say American black folks, because there is in Africa, there's a poor people, and what you see these guys wearing suits. They do everything to wear these suits. No money, no house, got a dirt floor, but they wearing these suits out. It's like we if I'm gonna be impotent, I gotta look impotent. So I'm not understanding the concept in the mind, and we want to kind of get into that because we're being played by every side. The Asians is making fun of.
I think we got ops. I think we got ops in our own community. Obviously, they're being paid to be ops.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And Drew says, however, panel, when you open the magazine and see major ads that have majority white models, that was to attract white buyers. I don't necessarily think so. Because if we see white people do it, black people want it even more.
But here's the difference, Drew. A Kim Kardashian, I tell you what, a Kim Kardashian can afford a Birkin bag. Not an issue. I'm going to tell you what we do for a Birkin bag. Here we go.
No sound. There it is.
This chick gets approved, a credit. She had to take credit out to get approved for her Birkin bag.
That's wild. That is wild.
And look how happy she is. Getting it on credit. Woman approved for Hermes Birkin and loses her damn mind.
Get out of here.
I know. Get out of here.
I know that's right.
So when we say it, yeah, there are some white folks that buy it, but we ain't got no car, we ain't got no house, ain't got nothing in the bank, but that's what we'll do. Financing. She probably paying 25% on that bag. And by the time she finished paying for it, it's like a student loan she taking out on the bag.
Right.
Can you imagine that?
No.
So yeah, there are other groups that do it.
Absolutely.
But they do it smart with their money. It's entirely different how they spend their money. You know, we are the kind of, what's that song? Gator boots. We said, what was the rest of it?
I don't know that one.
Ain't got no ride, but I live. Got a quarter tank of gas in my new E-Class. Ain't got no insurance or nothing. You parking your Mercedes-Benz in your apartment. So it's just ridiculous how we do that. And we've been sold a bunch of lies to make it happen. Woman falls out, man. I can't believe how that woman, yep, he's still fly. That's what it is. Falls out over getting credit approval. I know Kim Kardashian and them not buying their Hermes bag on credit. Got to flip it. So we have this sad mentality that's what we need to do. Yep, big timers. I just couldn't remember the words of it. If you got that Chinese video, go ahead and play the Chinese, because this is how they thinking about us. You got that wrong. Everything in my
do you want to do the pink video first, or do you want to do the pink notebook video first, or you want me to do oh boy that started it all, kind of like
Go ahead with him because he's in this video, but he has.
Some say as long as there's a tag saying made in China, the bag can never be luxury. However, in fact, more than 80% of the luxury bags in the world are made in China. But those luxury brands just won't acknowledge that. They take almost finished bags from China factories back to their own countries and just do the repackaging and logo installing, something like that. That way, the bags will appear at their boutiques as made in Italy or made in France. You know, those sophisticated European countries, which make you feel mysterious, royal, and thus luxury. Now, close your eyes. Let's just do a little, very easy experiment in your head, okay? Imagine that you have Hermes bag and suddenly the label on it changed from made in France into made in China, while everything else like leathers, zippers, and hardware remain the same. Do you suddenly feel that your bag is not as luxury as before? If you do, that means you have been misled and poisoned by the market campaign of those luxury brands for too long. Welcome to the real world. Now you see, those bags are made in China by our intelligent and diligent Chinese artisans. Let's not be poisoned and misled by the market campaign any longer and be a real person. Buy a bag from our factory in China, see the real world for yourself.
Somebody in the chat said, I think that was Steven, he said, no labels, no logos, yo. I know y'all say that, but how many of y'all getting them shoes that is called Nikes instead of Nikes? Nah, y'all not sporting them. You got to get a good name brand shoe. And here's the crazy part. If y'all don't know the shoe, like when I went to the foot doctor, because I was walking a lot. I mean, I was hitting like 18,000 steps a day. Wow. Like, damn, my feet was killing me.
Oh, I know your
When I went there, oh yeah. So when I went to the foot doctor, she was like, I want you to get some Brooks. I'm like, bro, I ain't wear no Brooks. They had the shoes specifically made to walk. And people would look at me like, you got on Brooks? And I was like, man, this is expensive. These were expensive shoes. Mm-hmm. They were for a purpose. But as blacks, we couldn't see that because if it wasn't no Jordans, if it wasn't something like that, we couldn't conceptualize it. And I was like, this is crazy how our mind works when it comes to some name brand. We buy it. I know that the guy said this. So I want to know, do you guys buy for comfort or do you buy for name brand? And I know women buy for name brand because I know some women, I know a woman, let me say that, who got some red bottoms. Hard as hell when she trying to walk in. Feet got corns on them. You know, you got to put the fake socks on just so they don't hurt them. And what the hell? Uncomfortable just to look good. It's Sinners. I'm gonna have to check that out. A Chinese family that owns 2 stores in Mississippi. Woo, man. Black people can't own those stores.
No, we can. We just don't choose to want to set ourselves up to do it.
I'm gonna let the pink book because I want to hear how the Chinese think about this. Because it's sad that another country is seeing what we can't see. He says, salespeople use the takeaway clothes for blacks. We can't afford it. Yeah, and as soon as they say that, a brother get offended. He got to go buy a $500 belt. What is a fake sock? I wouldn't say a fake sock. Let me see. I'll play this and I'll let you see what a fake sock is. It's those naked socks that the women use. I'm surprised y'all never heard of that. Well, y'all gotta get some women in your life.
Pretty much.
Here I'll just show y'all the crazy picture. Well, I'll play this, but they neutral socks. You don't see them when the women wear them. And they wear them with high heels, so you can't tell them. But let's see what the pink woman got to say. What the Chinese got to say.
The US has the bigger gun, and so China ends up having more to lose from this trade war, doesn't it? You know, it can't sustain the loss of 15% of its export market, i.e. what we export to the US.
Not at all. China is fully prepared to fight to the very end. because the world is big enough that the United States is not the totality of the market in the world. So if the United States wants to go in that direction of completely shutting itself out of the China market, be my guest.
Yeah, and China will lose the US market, which, as I've said, is 15%.
We don't care. We don't care. China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived. And if the
I just want to break down what he said, because I remember some Asian people said, they said, we judge our things by the calendar when you judge yours by the watch. And what they meant by that is, so what that you can do this tomorrow, next week, next year? We plan it for the next century. And as blacks, we don't do that. We plan for today. We got to make all our money because we can't pass it down. We're too afraid. Where the Asians come in and the grandfather is working for his grandkids. He's sacrificing all of what he can, not for himself, because he knows that he's not going to have anything. Right. He's like, I'm sacrificing this for my grandkids. We will not. Even the Latinos will stay 10 to a house so that each of them can get their own house. Why can't we do that? I need to know that. Is it our pride? Why can't it? Tell me about that, Ronan. What is? I mean,
Sid kind of said a little bit of it. They use the ego against minorities. It's crazy, but it works. It is. It's the competitive nature of the HBIC, or the head ninja in charge. It's all about being top dog. And like I said, we peacock a lot. You don't see wealthy individuals dressing wealthy. They drive old cars. I was just looking at Warren Buffett. He drive an old beater. It ain't beat up looking. It's just an older model car. He lives in a modest home. He doesn't live in a big ass mansion. He doesn't need all those things. He's sensible about how he spends his money. First thing we do when we get money is we got to flash it. We got to go buy the fanciest car, the biggest house, nice watch, jewelry, clothes, all those things.
And I don't say it's minorities. See, it said they use it against minorities. No, blacks. Because other minorities ain't doing that. Asians out ain't doing that. Indians not doing that. Hispanics not really doing that. They might spend some money on a car, but you ain't seeing them going out the way we going out. It's just us.
Right.
Yeah, we say we set the fashion trend. It's just because we spend so much money on needless things. Let's let them cook.
The United States wants to bully China. We will deal with the situation without the United States, and we expect to survive for another 5,000 years.
Let me address something with what Drew said. Drew, I used to, in the summertime, this way back then, I used to work at this place. Man, I only worked there like a week too, because I couldn't do it. There's a lot of Hispanic dudes was in there, but they made like meat. So it's for like, they would make the meat products for like Johnsonville brats, all of those things. They put all the ingredients in. They make the Johnsonville brat. Then they put the same ingredients in and then label it Kroger's. I was like, wait, hold up. You get the same thing? What do you mean? The same exact thing. So when you said a lot of people buy Walmart brands, a lot of them have the same manufacturers that make the same things side by side. I work for a car company. Some of the same cars, when we partnership, come down the same line. We just make it. There was a Supra. The Supra, when you got to change a whole auto line, you don't want it costs a lot of money. The Toyota Supra had the engine of the BMW.
What's it called? A line reset?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they just say, we'll do the frame, you make this, and we'll put it in. Because ain't no use. There's no use in us spending billions of dollars to redo something.
Do you realize that Samsung makes all the actual screens for all the iPhones? Yeah, Samsung produces all the screens for their iPhones. That's the direct competition to the Samsung phone, but they're producing all the LED screens for iPhone. So who's really losing?
We really losing. Let's let my man cook a little bit.
MAGA people, you guys are really dumb. Seriously, the whole world know you guys are dumb. Only you guys don't know about it. I'm Chinese, I'm just very straightforward. You guys are so stupid. If the lies too complicated, you guys cannot even understand. So politicians have to make the most obvious, most ridiculous lies. And you guys like, oh, I get it, that makes sense. So many MAGA leave messages like, soon I will have no products from China. Yeah, that's only because soon you will have no home. Sorry, that's not funny. In China, we all have homes. Even the poorest have home, can afford fresh vegetable, meat, eggs. That's just like a basic human rights in China. And I hope you also have that basic human rights.
Now, y'all say y'all passport bros, and they making fun of y'all. He's like, look, I'm in another country. We got human rights. We got a house. We can afford our eggs. Why can't you? Why you living poor? And Drew, I see you said the BS Asian Americans do it. Let me just say, capita per spending. Black Americans tend to spend the largest percentage of their disposable income on clothing, shoes, and name brand. Example, a black household making $40K might spend $2,000 a year on clothes, while a white household making $100,000 would spend $3,000 on clothes. Sneakers and cultural wear. It says it right here. Hispanic consumers, they got a strong loyalty brand, but they don't spend anywhere near what blacks do, Hispanic and Asians. So I just looked that up. I wanted to be sure. So it goes, who spends the most? Black Americans spend the highest percent of their income. White Americans spend the most total dollars, but they make the most. So of course they're going to spend it. Now Asians lean to tech. They spend some money on tech, but it's usually for business. If you're going to buy in tech, you're going to do it. Latinos.
But again, wait a minute. But again, Asians and Indians are what? The highest two
in tech
earners.
Yes.
And they're in tech.
So that would tend to make more sense.
Mm-hmm.
But just think of how they perceive us, these Asians, how they perceive not only Americans about the name brand, but just think of us as dumb.
Oh, dumbass. Thank you, sir. And yes, exactly. In this world, only China buying that many agricultural products, and 1.4 billion Chinese, no one is starving. Do you know India? India has people starving to death every year, and they are still exporting agricultural products to other countries. Capitalism.
Think about that, what he said. You got people starving in your country who can't eat, and you're exporting a majority of your food.
I mean, we do it here in the States all the time.
Yeah. And that's, just think how sad that is.
Right.
How much food
our oil, we
waste.
produce enough oil here in the United States to sustain ourselves. But because there's a world market, we sell our oil more than we keep it. We have reserves. We can pull them out anytime we want. But when those gas prices go up, we could really control that. We're our own oil producing company, a well-known oil producing company, just as big as OPEC overseas. We can sustain ourselves, but we choose to sell overseas because of commerce versus supporting ourselves and keeping prices down.
Let the yellow man cook.
You must admit that Western propaganda is the best propaganda in humanity history. They make you know 1989. They don't make you know 1970 in Kent State, 1985 Philadelphia, right? Like a Chinese, we don't know about this dark history of Western countries. But you guys all know China's. So smart. Without.
And what for you guys that don't know, he's talking about the protest on Tiananmen Square, where some people got killed. But he says, yeah, that happened. But They shot y'all people in Kent State when they was protesting. They ran up to the Black Panthers and
bombed the whole city block.
Yeah. So we talk about what other countries do. We are quick to point our finger at what some other countries do, but we do it ourselves. We quick to say what they can do, but how can the poor people spend their money like that? And we the one who's doing it the most. I just wanted to show their perception. Let's see.
United States, you have nothing, China. Yes, MAGA, we don't have child labor, school shooting, homeless problem, genocide, oligarchy, monopoly, crazy expensive yet inefficient healthcare system, heavy tax on working class, property tax every year, anti-Semitism awareness law, supremacy bubble you live in, built by multi-billion-dollar worth propaganda, a fake free speech, fake democracy. Yeah, you guys got it all.
And we know we got fake free speech because even on this YouTube channel, there's a certain class of people that we really can't mention. We might get struck out. So freedom ain't free.
Sure
and we one of the only countries. I don't know how this works, man. Y'all got to tell me how this one works. You buy your house. You bought it. It's yours. You done paid all your money for it.
You still don't own it.
Property taxes? Exactly. You pay them property taxes. They can foreclose and take your house.
Hell, you live in certain city blocks and they got Mellorues and all that shit. They can put a lien on your house too.
Mm-hmm. They do it in how they doing it in North Carolina, in the places by the sea there. They said, all right, yeah, you got an inexpensive place. Your property tax may be $300 a year. But what we're going to do is build all around it. You don't want to sell? No problem. When we build all around it, that made your value of your property go up. So even though you've been staying in that house, your grandmama staying in that house, they grandmama staying in that house, and all they've been paying is $300 a year in property tax. When that property value goes up, and now it went from $300 to $3,000, and you can't pay it, they just waiting to foreclose on you because then that place gonna buy it. Yep. Tell me how that is American. That you can buy something and still not own it.
Or eminent domain. Government has every right to declare eminent domain on your property and take it.
Also, we don't have MAGA. Hello from China. Let me show you the United States products in my home. Nothing. Do you have something from China in your home?
That hurt. That hurt, man.
It did, but
that lets me know that we depended on somebody else. And as Black people, we depended on everybody else. Everybody. Because there's
we don't have so
nothing
many industries that we have on our own. We absolutely do not in our community.
There's nothing. If the country said they didn't want to sell to us, look, if the white people put a tariff on Black people, we done. We are done. Because there's nothing that we make. We ain't got no farmers no more, no land. If they put a tariff on us, we done. It's a wrap. There's nobody we can buy from, sell, nothing. We are wrapped.
Exactly.
We are fully dependent upon them. That's why we get laughed at. Fully dependent upon somebody else. And we say we strong.
Yeah, imagine why your importers only import cheap garbage and sell you with high price. Look, this garbage only $2 to buy, and in your country it will at least $19. Who's laughing now?
Or this commenter here who.
And let me say this, because this is what we do. We export, and this is from your place down there, brother. You from the bayou. We export good shrimp, and we import garbage shrimp.
Yes.
So when they make their shrimp that's in mud and puddles and dirty water, contaminated, that's the shrimp we buy as Americans. The shrimp we export is the excellent shrimp. What kind of sense does that make? We export the good things that we have and import all the garbage. We can make steel. We exported our steel, and then we bought all the steel from China when the house was
and then we closed down our plants to make sure we couldn't produce anymore.
Drew, that's true. Why you think the homes you have
Pointed out that a lot of Chinese moved to America and attend American universities. Clawing got the opportunity to live in the United States. Basically saying if everything is so wonderful in China, why are they coming over here? He even had a response for that.
My dear Marga, that is not called so many. Chinese people are all around the world because there is over 1.4 billion Chinese, and the Chinese people have money to move around. You don't.
Damn.
Yes, that's called a one-person work can support a whole family. Why you guys all obsessed with working?
I tuned into a panel, tuned in and listened, and they were talking about how bad brothers can't support nothing and this. This is why. I'm going to tell you why, guys. It used to be that if I worked, my wife would be happy with the income that I made, and we would live within the means of my income. That's why one person only had to work, because we could live within my means. We didn't have to have 2 cars. We didn't have to have all these things. It was whatever the man made. That wasn't good enough anymore. Now you got to have it all. You got to have the purse, the vacation, the going out, because the woman ain't cooking. You got to go out all the time. So we need dual incomes, because we are consumers. When you're no longer consumers, you don't need that. We consume everything. You got the iPhone 9. Next year, the iPhone 10 came out. Ain't nothing wrong with your phone, but you got to go get that iPhone 10. You got that Samsung 23. Look, I looked at the Samsung 22 and 23. There was nothing different. The color. But you got to go get it, because you got to get the newest, latest, and greatest for whatever reason. We are consumers and wonder why everyone is passing us up, especially as blacks. We consume everything and make nothing.
You think you don't have master? Then why you are being a financial slave? The student loan, all the interest of your loan is crazy. It's illegal in China. MAGA, the Federal Reserve using dollar to exploit people all around the world. And you didn't get the benefits. You pay tax and the tax money go to war. Why you sound so proud?
The reason I got to stop him on that is the guy who owned or started out, was it Alibaba?
Yeah.
When he added up all the money in like the last 15 or 20 years, about how much America spent on foreign wars, he said you could have solved every crisis.
Absolutely.
Everybody could have went to school for free. There would have been no homeless person. Healthcare would have been taken care of. All of that. Yeah. He said, while you guys, Americans, were spending money on wars, Chinese were spending money on their infrastructure, taking care of their people.
They have not gotten to the concept. And I call myself a nerd, obviously. But, Star Trek has a whole society where it's the good of the people. You might want to call it communism or whatever. But when we start thinking of a mentality of helping each other instead of fucking each over for $1, that's when we'll actually progress as a people and not as individuals. Right now, everybody's fighting to be an individual more than they are trying to help each other get up out the holes that they're in. And I blame the government for that.
Oh, yeah. No, I blame us. You want to know why the Chinese make it? Jewish people make it? Even the Koreans? Because I can go to a Korean, a Jewish person, any one of those, and say, you know what? I got something I want to sell you. And it's cheaper than what your Jewish friend can sell it for. They say, no, thank you. I'm going to buy it from my Jewish friend. Why? because my Jewish friend will buy something from me, and he'll buy something from his other Jewish friend. The same with Asian. That's why we can't even get we are the consumers of weave and hair products, and we can't even get in the market to sell it.
Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
The reason is, if you try to get into the weave market, they won't sell it to you. If they find out that you're a customer or a buyer other than Asian, Korean, they just won't sell it to you. It doesn't matter how much money you have. They block you out. You don't have the opportunity to get in their markets. They keep their money within their markets, even if they're paying more, because they said, I'd rather pay more for it. I'll tell you another example. If any of you guys have you live in a city, like I'm here in Texas, and in Texas, we have a lot of Latino stores. Not even, when I say Latino, I mean Brazilian, Mexican, Venezuelan, Colombian. They'll have their stores where they can buy all their little things. Now, I went to the Brazilian store because I wanted to get this drink that they have. It's like a soda that they have. And I looked at some of the other things. I got the soda. I was like, well, I'm here, I'll get some avocados, or I'll get this other product or something like that. It was almost double what I would be paying at Kroger's. But you know what they're doing? The Latinas is in their stores, the Fiesta, all of that, buying products, buying their plantains, buying avocados, buying all their little recipes. They don't care if they spent double. They support their own people. They could go to Kroger's. They could go to Piggly Wiggly or whatever place they have to get food for cheap. They don't. Now, us as Black people, we'll cutthroat everybody to get that deal. Shit, we'll cut through our own mama to get a deal. They don't. And that's why they survive. We'll go through anybody to save $1. Give me the hookup. I need the hookup. Can't help a brother out? Other people don't do that. They say, I'm going to pay cost or more because I know the dollars are coming back to me. Because the first time they need something, they call up their Jewish friend for this, their Jewish friend for that. And they keep the money in. Not us. Cutthroat.
Hi, I'm only joking with you. Why your MAGA suddenly get all so defensive and start throwing all this Western propaganda about China at me? Those propaganda created to enslave you. It doesn't work on me. I know real China.
They rob you blind and you thank them for it. That's a tragedy. That's a scam.
The Asian people know it. He said they rob you blind and you thank them for it. How many times have you almost had to pay double when they say we're going to give you a 5% discount, and you thank them for the 5% discount, and you paying double than what you should pay anyway? Goodness gracious. Nobody helps the poor out. We don't see it. We're not. When you own nothing, you have no say in anything.
Exactly.
That's why I'm saying this right now. Americans, you don't need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs only ship your job to China. Not for diplomacy, not for peace, but to exploit cheap laborers. And in the process, they hollowed out your middle class, crushed your working class, and told you to be proud while they sold your future for profit. And yes, China made money, but we used it to build roads, lift millions out of poverty, fund healthcare, raise living standard. We reinvested in our people. My family also benefited from it. What did your oligarchs do? They bought yachts, private jets, and mansions with golf course driveways. They manipulate the market, dodge tax, and poured billions into endless wars. And you get stagnated wages, crippling healthcare costs, cheap dopamine, debt, and flag wave probably made in China while they pick your pocket.
He laying down the law, bro.
Bruh, that American flag that you waving, God bless America, was made in China.
Damn.
The American flag you waving was made in China. That's how sad we are. And all these things he's saying, that we thankful for that one little job. They shipped every other job over there to make money for themselves. Nothing for you. What job are you shipping over to China? What product are you doing for China? I mean, it would be different if we said, you know what? I want China to produce, something for whatever you selling in your hood. You're not even doing that. You still consumers. It's crazy, man.
For 40 years, both China and the United States benefit from the trade, the manufacturing, but only one of us use that wealth to build. This isn't China's fault. This is yours. You let this happen. You let the oligarchs feed you lies while they made you fat, poor, and addicted. Now they blame China for mess they made. I don't think so. I don't think you need another tariff. You need to wake up. You need to take your country back.
God, I want to show you.
I think you need to
show. Yeah, we need to take the country back, but we're not. We're not, because that's how bad we are. We're not taking nothing back because we're scared. And I'm not blaming China. I'm gonna show you the ignorance of you people. And I say you people, I'm talking about you people. Ignorant is stupid. And I hate to be mad to call y'all dumb. And I'm gonna get to you, Just John. But not recently, about a year ago, last April or so, there was this gentleman who was in town, and we went out, and I went on his show, and we were talking about was America the greatest country, and should you leave, and this. And I happened to go into the show, and somebody said one of these crazy comments in the chat. They actually thought they was making fun of me. So let me show you 1 year ago. Just want to show this. Let's see if I can screen share. Now, this is 1 year ago. If you look closely, for those who are watching or listening, 1 year ago, the stock of Walmart was $59. Now, I know that we had the tariffs and that brought it down, but at the height, it went up to $105, a 54% increase. I say that for a reason, because if 1 year ago you would have done this, like I said, when people make fun of you, where would you be?
In 2024.
Education and knowledge. I'll give you an example. Somebody in the chat said Fearless is wearing a $12 Walmart shirt. That's right. Fearless is cool with that, because Fearless make a lot of money, and I understand that somebody like Mark Zuckerberg wears a t-shirt and jeans. Why? Because he knows where to put his wealth at. And instead of me buying this $12 Walmart shirt, I'll take my extra money that I save and I will invest it in Walmart. Instead of buying all the things from Amazon like you do, I'll put my stock in Amazon. And that's what separates the education from me and you. But to go back to your education, advanced. So I'm on the show and somebody want to make fun of my shirt. He got a little $12 Walmart shirt on. Yeah. Well, what if you'd have took that extra $80 for all the extra clothes that you wear, and I added it up? If you would have spent a little bit of money and put it in that Walmart stock, how much more money you would have had? You would have paid for vacations. You could have paid for all that. So if you said instead of spending $150 on jeans or $100 on that, what's that shirt that they just wear that just got that I think it starts with an S or something like that. It's just a t-shirt and they just
Supreme shirt. Yeah.
You just got a Supreme iron-on shirt that you spend $150 for. If you'd have just went to Walmart, got you a white t-shirt and just put an iron on it, it says Supreme, and saved you that money and put the rest of the money in stock, you'd be a whole different person. You have a whole lot of money.
Right.
But you don't, because you're consumers. And what is separating from you is the person was so obsessed by the name brand, which is why you're going to remain poor, which is why somebody going to take over for you, because you're so happy putting somebody else's name on you, not even your name. You don't even know the owner of the company. See, when you buy that shirt, you're not an owner of the company. When I buy stock in Walmart, I'm an owner of the company. I can go to shareholders meetings. I can make a difference. I can see where the company is going. That's how people know way in advance what's coming, and we figure out too late. When I used to live in another state, I could see it a while ago. And I used to tell these brothers, I said, look, man, Children's Hospital was basically in the hood. They had an incident where, if you don't know, Children's Hospital, along with McDonald's, which is the Ronald McDonald House, they offer free living for people who have children that are going to like Children's Hospital for things. Well, it's in the hood. A couple white people was there, and they were like, I want to go out. When they get robbed. Worst thing that could have happened. Because you know what? Children's Hospital said, we tired of this. In the hood, and I showed a house that I lived in back there. It was about 6,000 square feet. All of the houses that are in the downtown, not even downtown, because it was a little outside the downtown area where Children's Hospital was, were old German historic homes. Because the place I lived in was a German area. Big houses, but they was in the hood. So imagine, this is how crazy it was. The city was saying, hey, if you buy this, we'll let you buy these houses for $1. You just got to fix it up. And it was going to cost about $300,000 to fix up. And none of them would do it. And I said, brothers, I'm letting you know now, I have seen the plans and you're not in it. The house that your mama in, don't sell it. If she renting it, tell the renter she want to buy it. Nope. I want to sell on the corner. I'm going to go right to the corner there. I'm A1 from day one. That's what they told me. They was A1 from day one and don't own shit. All right, brother. Let's see how fast that is. We buy a house at a time. When you got a corporation, they buy the block. They buy the block. So they went in and took over a block at a time and then fixed it up. And what did I say before? When they take over that block, that $30,000 house now maybe like $600, at that time $700,000, because what they wanted to do was all the doctors were in the suburbs and they were driving an hour to get to the hospital. They said, nah, what can we do to have you close to us? Because we want the best doctors here, best pediatricians, best doctors. They said, well, if you made the neighborhood safe and made it great for my family, man, let me see if I can tell you that. I wish I could find this movie. I'm gonna try to find this movie where this place was made. There was a movie that had LL Cool J in it, and he said he was God. He called himself God. Let me see.
I don't remember that one. I'm pretty good with movies.
In Too Deep. The movie was called In Too Deep. LL Cool J was in it with Omar Epps.
I remember the movie.
Scene. Yeah, there's a scene that when they filmed in this city, it was what they call down the way in the hood. They did a look of drive-by, because I remember there's a place called Smitty's that people would buy their clothes in the hood. Bruh, let me tell you, them places is no longer there. no longer even there. When the city came in, they said, we're going to do a tax abatement for you. For the next 25 years, you don't pay any taxes on here. We just want you to move in. And the first people was like, I don't know. The first people who got them houses for like 25,000. And now it's, you know how they do the houses now, it's got the exposure, what is it? Pipes or with heating vents and all of that they put up to make it look historic. The house that they bought for $30,000, man, they're selling for $1 million in the downtown area.
Yeah, gentrification is a real thing, man. What you mean? Yeah,
but it's not that. We were so caught up on the label, we couldn't do it. We can't buy anything. We happy just being where we at. They would go to the Arab store, and I said, bro, you need to why you keep going to the Arab store to get your things? Why don't you buy a store? Nope, can't do it. We're not going to invest in anything. We're not going to invest in our house. We're not going to invest in a store. We're just going to invest in these clothes. And when Children's Hospital came, they ran them out. And it was so crazy because when when the area changes is when you get like the Chipotle and the Starbucks and all of that coming in. Yeah. We were so on our labels that we were tricked. We were tricked. I can't even say we were tricked. We just didn't invest in anything. We were hood rich. Everybody is laughing at us. The Chinese is laughing at us. Like, why are you buying all this? Why are you, as a black person, buying all of this stuff that you can't afford? Yeah, I mean, somebody who make money, they can drop it. Don't mean that. But why are you?
But here's the thing. Even guys that are wealthy that can drop it, don't drop it.
Don't drop it. You right about that. You see Mark Zuckerberg with a t-shirt and jeans?
Yeah. Mostly working out, doing BJJ. I think he's a top BJJ rated, like second, third degree black belt in BJJ now. He's doing all the things he wants to do, kind of sitting back and relaxing while everybody's running his company for him and everything else. But he ain't running around here all maxed out and people call clothes maxing and house maxing and all these different things for what? What's he got to prove?
Nothing. I wish I could find. I'm trying to find this this quote by Mark Cuban.
All right, let me read these super chats from Just John. I appreciate it. $2 super chat from Just John. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Also, it cost $5 trillion for Wall Street to be bailed out. Yes, it did. And they laughed in Americans' face as they gave bonuses to all the executives of all the branches that worked for them. Another $5 super chat from Just John Fearless. I learned from you that it don't matter what you buy, you can never win with these people. You can wear a $500 shirt, it still isn't enough. You absolutely correct, Just John. It isn't enough.
Can I play this for Just John? And thanks for that super chat, Just John. Let me stop sharing and then I'm gonna share it. Just John, this is just for you, my brother. I want you to take heed to this. So I am sharing that. Let me turn this volume up.
So I'm sitting down with Mark one day, and I say, Mark, with all due
and when he says Mark, he's talking about Mark Cuban, used to be owner of the Dallas Mavericks, billionaire.
respect, why do you dress it nicely? Like a slob. Mark looks at me and he says, Robert, because I can. Here's what I've learned over 60 years. If you walk into a room and there's 20 people sitting there and 20 of them wearing a suit and tie, and there's one person in the back of the room wearing a t-shirt, that's the one with the power. Because that person worked their ass off to get to a position to wear whatever they want to wear. Beware the man in the t-shirt, not the man in the suit. So I'm saying that.
Beware of the man in the t-shirt and not the man in the suit.
Exactly.
Just John, that's for you, because everybody trying to dress and impress, but it's the man who does not have to put on the suit is the most powerful man in the room. Let that sink in, man. Let that sink in. My goodness. My goodness. My question is, guys, I want to play some more, and I know you don't like this guy, but I'm going to play him anyway. He's going to kind of tell us why brothers do it, but I'm curious. I really want to know, why is it that the black community feels such a need to waste their money, spend their money on their exterior?
And that's because every culture comes to America to build an economic empire for themselves. The Chinese, East Indian, Arab, Latino, whoever comes to America comes to build a cultural empire. So when you travel the country, you got a little Italy in every major city. Right. You got a Chinatown in every major city. You see, you even see little Cambodias popping up now around the United States. But there's no Africa town. Last year, Black America in 2016, we spent $2 billion on Air Jordans, $4 billion on liquor and alcohol, $600 million on fast food, and we bought twice the amount of Mercedes Benzes as white America, although white America has twice the wealth of black folk. So the question becomes, what is it about the Mercedes Benz that makes it so attractive to African Americans even when they can barely afford it? And it's because it's a status symbol. That's all.
Status symbol. So is that our problem? We got status symbols. Let's see what else we have.
True
freedom.
1 second. Let me you surround yourself with the symbols of that freedom. Absolutely. And that's why the Louis bag is so important. That's why our children will kill for Air Jordans. It's not the sneaker. It's what it represents. And if I believe I'm worthless, that means I can only add value to myself by what I put on my body as opposed to what I put in
it. And I know Drew said we got the ninjas from Ohio. Well, Drew, I didn't hang around the ninjas. I hung around the people like the Lex Wexners who owned all the Victoria's Secrets. Let me let you know that Steven Spielberg, LeBron James, your favorite comedian, Dave Chappelle, they from Ohio, brother. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you. It just matters where you want to be from.
Facts.
You know, you
here's a big thing. You can't control where you're born. You can only control where you go. From the time that you were born. That's the biggest thing. You know, I came from Baltimore, Maryland. I don't sound like I came from Baltimore, Maryland, and I definitely didn't stay in the gutter of a lot of places that you could be in Baltimore, Maryland.
So let's throw some more on here, and then I want to get to what the people are saying.
People are so obsessed with, you know, the brands we were talking about earlier, your Christian Dior's, your Balenciagas. Well, why do you think that is?
I think, you know, growing up, Ekasi, you'd see quite a lot. There was a huge movement of Amapansula when we used to wear, not me, my elderly, they used to wear Ducks of London. It was high fashion then. And there was a huge movement, Yabo Swenka. And those things.
I'm only pausing this to let you hear something. Rona, does he have an American accent?
He absolutely does not.
Damn. So this black dude ain't even in the United States, and it's the same problem worldwide.
But
you Negroes ain't learned. It's in your DNA.
Black Americans leave a lasting impression on the world. A lot of people try to mimic us because of our success or our perceived success that we give off worldwide. Now we're teaching other cultures to do the same damn thing because they want to mimic the culture that they look up to. So again, when we start talking about these different dudes that are traveling, making these markers and doing these ridiculous things, and y'all don't understand why OGs are sitting here upset. This is why. You guys are leaving a lasting marker on the perceived appearance of all black people worldwide. And somebody's going to copy you because they're looking up to you.
They played a major role in people's minds to say, if I wear a particular brand, I belong to a particular class, a group of people. And also as black people, we want to show off a lot. But you ask a person, do you have a passport? They're like, no, what am I going to do with the passport? But this person is wearing a DNG or even Prada, and whatever. I'm like, what country have you traveled to? I have not left the country.
Man, he brought. Look, you want to wear Italian. You want to wear.
You ain't even been to Italy, but you want to
Ain't
wear an
been.
Italian clothing.
Goodness gracious, man. Eating Chinese food every day and ain't never been to China.
But then when you go to these countries, you realize you can buy those same clothing for cheaper by being there. Fit it for your body.
Fit it. Let me tell you, this is how I messed up when I went over to Thailand. I didn't bring me an extra suitcase. I was
You could have brought a whole bunch of suits. At least left your shirt size and everything else, and you can order and they'll mail it to you. Believe me, I'm going over there and getting fitted up. I'm not coming back to America not fitted up. Sorry.
If you go to Thailand and you walking around, they gonna stop you. They're like, "How long you here?" When you hear that, that means if you got some time, I'll make you a personalized fitted suit. And if you've never had clothes fitted for you, bruh, the fit, how it hits your back. It's a whole different aspect. And I'm not talking about like you spend a lot of money. You go there, you see the fabric you want.
Same thing like the Chinese. It's the man that makes the suit. The Chinese are making these bags telling you, hey, this bag only costs us $50, $60 to make. They making 300% markup on y'all. It's the same damn bag. It's the same damn suit. Sometimes it's even a better quality suit. The stitching is better. They're using better fabric and materials. It's not being rushed through a sweatshop. But y'all want that brand name. It's got to have that marker on it.
It's crazy. I'm gonna see if I can find this what they used to call it. Yep. All right. I'm gonna show you guys this, and this is when I knew that everything was a scam. Let me get out of this part. This is when I knew it was a scam. There was a young gentleman. Oh man, he just has so much potential, and he messed up and just didn't do it. So he told me, a guy that I used to work with, he said, man, we're going to go to the magic show in Las Vegas. I was like, the magic show? Why want to go to the magic show? He's like, nah, bro. The magic show in Las Vegas is one of the biggest clothing shows that there is. They take their convention centers forever. So let me tell you how the magic show works. The magic show is for a company like Macy's, Dillard's, all of them. When they want to go there, well, not when they want to go there, this is where they go to pick out, if it's the spring, they're picking out their fall lineup. Right then, they say, this is our fall lineup or this is our spring lineup. All the manufacturers, so you got a few people there. You got manufacturers, the people who make the stuff. You got people selling their items. So when FUBU started there. They had their little trunk of clothes selling their t-shirts at the magic show, trying to get somebody to pick up their brand. Clothes beyond clothes. And then I started to learn. This is how my man got in trouble. And I wish I could go to my closet and get him. Smart dude. Smart. There were shoes that I had never heard of. I think he had some Messalons at that time. And the Messalons, the Gators was about $800 retail. What he was doing was he was drop shipping the orders. He'd go to the magic show, he'd get an account, and then he just would sell the shoes at cost if you just bought a membership with him. Like you go to Sam's Club and you buy $100 membership, and then all the clothes he had you could just get. So those $800 Gators, it's like $100. And I said, the markup is that bad? It was so bad that there was only one retailer in the city that could sell it. And when they found out he was selling them cheaper, he went to the manufacturer and said, you got to cut him out because he's undercutting me. That's how much markup there was. I went twice. I stayed to the last day. The reason I stayed to the last day, this is how I found out Sean John, them suits, it was the same suits. And they just put that. Look, let me try to explain this to you. There's manufacturers. That means a manufacturer for jeans. All they do is take your pattern and they make all the jeans. The only thing that is separating your jeans from Diddy jeans, from these jeans, is when they license. Let me explain this to you. They're licensing the label. That's all they're doing. They license the label so that they can make the jean and put your label on it. But the jeans are coming from the same exact manufacturer. That's it. When you go there and think, oh man, I'm getting Neiman Marcus or I'm getting Macy's. It's coming from the same manufacturer. Nothing different except that label. And this is in the United States. This ain't even talking about China. This is where they're making it there. The reason I will stay to the last day is all of these people, these companies, bring in all of their suits, shoes, purses, all of their samples. What they don't want to do is take them back home. They're like, why I want to drag all this stuff back home? I'm selling it below cost. That's when I knew how much stuff really cost. Because if you got this suit on here that's $600 and you got these Italian shoes that cost this much and you got all of this stuff and you're like, huh? I'm getting it for dirt cheap. You learn it's all about the label. That's all it was. Find out about these places. Go to these places and you found out what the real deal is. We buy the label. Nothing more than the label. We go broke buying it. And they'll mark it up. Think about Supreme. They marked their stuff up and made it limited. So they say, hey, we're going to have this shirt. We're going to put Supreme on it. This is like a one-time offering. And we're going to mark it up. And you sell a t-shirt for $150. And you buying it.
That's crazy work.
The same Nikes, $10. And let me tell you how the tariffs work. The tariffs, from what I understand, please correct me if I'm wrong. The tariffs that they put on are only the cost of what something is, not for what they sell it for.
Yeah.
Example. Am I correct with that?
Yeah.
How they gonna get you is when they say, oh, we got to pass it on. Let's take those Nike shoes. If we put 100% tariff on it, those Nike shoes that cost $10 are now going to cost $20. Now, Nike could still sell it for that 180 and make them money, but they're going to say the tariffs hit. That 180 going to become $250. So they're going to triple whatever it was that they put on there and pass it on to you. And you still going to buy it. Because you got to have that name brand. You got to spend all your money on some crazy stuff. Let's see what Tasha K got to say.
I told y'all that I was in favor of the tariffs on China because of everything that they've done to oppress our communities and uplift theirs. And not only have they done it to the black community, right? They've done it to the entire world. And they've always been doing this, but they've been paid to do it as well, too. Growing up in the black community, I remember as a black girl being in the beauty shops, how the beauty supply reps would come in black-owned and sell you black products from black-owned companies like Dudley, like Cara Care. I don't know if you remember these companies.
I remember him because I met Mr. Dudley from High Point, North Carolina. Great man, great product. Him and his wife started in their kitchen.
Wow.
PCB, all of these companies were around until China got their hands on them, okay? So they were American-made products for black women, for black people that serviced us. And then not only that, you know, they saw that we were successful. We had our own businesses, had our own schools. Then they came in, gentrified. And then not only did they gentrify, they came in and started offering our stuff that we normally buy at a discount.
I want to show you how stupid you are. People who don't even use the product sell it to you and undercut you, and are the largest marketers in your community, and they don't even use the product. Weave.
That was the biggest thing. Most of the hair places are Koreans.
Yes. When's the last time you seen a Korean with a weave in?
Never.
They sell you a product they don't even use, and you fighting over it. Name brand. You got to get that. What is that? That India Chaki, Venezuelan, whatever they call them weaves. Y'all got to get that one. Ain't even gonna wear your hair. You'll put, like I said, you'll put all that money in your hair and want to invest in yourself,
which is wild to me.
And y'all sitting doing this all day.
And the whole thing is, half of that hair comes from India and Hindus, and you know they pray demons into that hair before they cut that hair off in order to get blessed. They're shaving their heads, yes, but it's a formation of their religion where they're praying away their bad spirits and auras into the hair, and that's why they shave it. People buy that hair after they wash it and clean it, and they throw it up in their heads. You don't think some demons or something coming with that hair?
So I'm curious. Why is it that we do this? Why are we the suckers for everybody else? Everybody making money off of us. Why are we
gullible as hell?
Is it gullibility? Is that what it is?
I has to be, bro.
Why as black folks we feel so underprivileged that in order to raise up our self-esteem, we have to buy what we can't afford and what somebody else has.
And the whole thing is you're pretending to be something that you're not. And every other culture knows you're not that. So the only people you're pretending for are the people in our own culture.
And Just John, you are right, sir. You know what some rich people do? They go to Goodwill so they can get the vintage stuff. Goodwill. Now, black people, we shop at Goodwill. That's an insult. How can you shop at some Goodwill? They go to Goodwill because they can afford whatever they want, and they choose to get this, and y'all not. The economic system is crazy, and y'all not doing nothing to change it. Please tell me how y'all changing it. Please tell me what you're doing to make it different. We so finicky and so picky. I want to know something. I'm just curious. Let me see this.
You going to the stats?
I'm going to
Chat GPT stat.
I wanted to see something. I want to see something. How bad we are. All right, now let me do this.
Sorry, fellas. I'm working out the kinks on some of the equipment I got before I take off. And right now, this mic stand is failing me.
Don't do it, brother. We need you.
I'm replacing things as I'm going along here, working out all the kinks for my travel PC and my podcast equipment. And as I see issues, I replace things. So ain't no sense of traveling with gear that ain't going to serve you.
I just wanted to look this up. Because this is how you black people are. FUBU. Y'all know For Us, By Us.
Oh, yeah.
It started in 1992.
Oh, boy down south did it, didn't he? Damon Dash.
It started in Queens, New York. No, not Damon Dash. That was the other Damon. I forgot his name. He's on the Shark Tanks. Damon
Wayans. Damon Johns.
Damon Wayans, brother. You're just naming all black people. You think we all look alike or something?
Damon John. Right.
FUBU started in 1992 and basically withdrew from the market in 2003. So it had a 10-year run. You know why? Because y'all black people don't like that. Y'all finicky. Can you tell me when Louis Vuitton started? 1854.
Damn. And still here.
And still here, and y'all still buying it. Still buying it. And loving it. See, the white people get classic brands. It don't go out of style. Y'all get brands that just come and go.
Oh, I gotta say this before I forget and we end this show. Y'all need to watch this real quick because some of these companies ain't playing with y'all. You going through immigration and customs. Come up with one of these fake bags or whatever.
If you are seen trying to bring a fake bag into the US, it will be confiscated. It does not matter where you bought the bag from or whether you knew that the bag was fake. If you are seen wearing a fake bag throughout the airport, the bag will be confiscated from you. Buying and selling a fake bag is an illegal activity, but it does get worse. France, the home of many luxury brands like Hermes, have announced new steps and measures to protect their heritage.
They will fine you 3 years or $300,000 in France. You come up in there with a fake bag. And
now, my question, can it be fake? Or when you say fake, can it be a Hermes without the label?
Yes. But if you got a Hermes label on it and it was not made by Hermes, then yes, you will go to jail or you'll get arrested or you will be fined. But if you buy one of those bags that the Chinese guy said that they make just the same quality and everything else, but it doesn't have the label in it, that's legal.
See,
the minute you put
basically, I'm paying for that label.
Yeah, yeah. The minute you put that label in there and they know it's fake, that's when you're going to go to jail. That's when you're going to get fined.
So the question is: are you guys buying quality or just comfort, or expensive?
A brand.
Yeah, just your brand.
You can buy quality and just not have that brand name. That's what the Chinese are basically telling you.
And they take over everything, man. I seen, black people say we good at barbecue. I seen a Chinese barbecue place. I ain't never seen no black Chinese place. You seen a black Chinese store? No, nothing.
No, I have never seen a black Chinese place.
But they'll make you some barbecue in a minute.
Oh, man. Oh, they've taken fried chicken to a whole nother level after we taught them what to do back in the day.
I ain't gonna lie.
Korean fried chicken right up there with everybody else's chicken.
Man, they not playing. I went to one of them places and I was like, what they putting in there? They got crack in this chicken? Look.
They use cornstarch. It gives it a lighter, crispier flake.
Man, I'm talking about crispy. They done revolutionized the game. Revolutionized. Yeah, the word you say none of the brand stuff makes sense to you at all. Are you going to send your kid to school in some Swifties? Them tennis shoes from Walmart? Or are you going to put some Nikes on them?
What is that, Payless shoe? Payless shoe brand?
Yeah. You going to put them in some Payless?
Yeah, I was in some Payless back in the day.
But people don't do that.
Pro Wings. I was in some Pro Wings. Yeah, I was in some Pro Wings back in the day.
Kids, you was in them kids. So I know D Ward said none of that makes sense, but are you sending your kid to school in them kids?
He said yes. I don't have a problem. You don't care your kids gonna get bullied because you ain't wearing the latest. They ain't wearing the latest, greatest clothing.
You don't care about that. They're gonna make fun of you. Make fun of your child.
You're gonna have your son or daughter traumatized all the way through school, being bullied for not wearing brand name labels.
Just ridiculous, man. I mean, I don't see the term in it. I don't see how it starts. I don't even see. Let's talk about the solution. How do we end this, Ronan? How do we stop this? How do we stop black people from? We played the video on how to sell to a black person.
That's $1 million question. That's a psychology thing. I mean, you got to change the whole people's mentality and their perspective over generations of programming. Generations. Now, we talked about $15 billion in sales back in 1930s, 1950s. 15 billion back then. Now you're talking over $1 trillion, most likely now. And power in the way we buy, our perception of quality, brand names. I would have been programmed from successful people highlighting the clothing brands, the cars, you know, and then I noticed back in the 80s when they started doing on MTV Sweet 16 parties, where you had the uber wealthy throwing 16 their kids 16 birthday parties that cost millions of dollars. They're buying them all kind of cars and all kind of things, and now a regular kid sees that on TV. Now that's what they think their mom and dad's supposed to do for them on a Sweet 16, you know. And that was just in the black community, because, you know, Hispanics had quinceañeras and all these other things for when you turn 16 that represented you becoming a man and all these other things. It was our community that was pushing that. It was our community that had the house styles of the rich and famous side. For the white folks, they had what was it on MTV, Cribs? Why they call it Cribs? MTV Cribs. You know, you looking at, you know, our community of successful black musicians, athletes showing off their big mansions. Now we just sat here and told you that Warren Buffett does not have a mansion. He is the actual wealthiest man in America. He don't have a mansion. You got all these football players, basketball players. And, oh, by the way, let's talk about Mayweather real quick. Mayweather right now just filed for bankruptcy. Bankruptcy. This brother is supposed to be one of the top athletes in boxing. He is broke. Been broke. Don't know how to manage his boxing company, his promotion company. Don't know how to manage none of that. He got Mayweather boxing gyms. I just drove by one here in Kansas City today. He broke. How come we can't even hold on to our money?
It's not holding on. It's when you have to. Here's the thing. I've never seen Elon Musk doing this with his money. I've never seen Elon Musk on a bed that has stacks of cash. Because if you smart, you know cash is stupid. If you have $100 worth of cash and the interest rate is 3%, that means every year your money just became worth less.
Yep.
The rich people don't have cash. That's when they be like, oh man, I gotta liquidate this. Because they understand that cash makes them no return on money.
It's sitting there.
And this fool is walking around with cash.
The game is to have liquidity, but not have the money not working for you.
Correct. That
money, the money still needs to work for you. You need to have quick access to it.
No, I think, Drew, you would be wrong. See, there's a difference between personal bankruptcy and company bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm.
People find, as long as it's not hitting you personally.
Right.
That's why I'm like, yeah,
unfortunately, he ain't smart enough to have shelters, holding companies, trust. He ain't that smart. He running around with a bag full of cash. Donald Trump leverages his company's holdings, his real estate investment. He uses leverage when he files for bankruptcy. Even when he lost the Taj Mahal, he walked away from that clean.
When he ain't lose no personal money.
He didn't lose no money, and he still probably owed the architect for building the damn thing. You forget he don't even pay his bills when people actually build shit.
Mm-hmm. Because he didn't have to. Man.
Yeah, trust me. Mayweather is not smart enough to understand layers of protection when it comes to his wealth. I mean, to tell you the truth, if you really know Mayweather himself, you know who actually started his promotion company? 50 Cent. When Mayweather went to jail for grape, 50 Cent started his promotion company, his boxing promotion company. He took the money, initially started the company, and handed it over to his friend Mayweather at the time and said, here you go, bro. You know, I took care of this while you were in jail. Now you have a whole promotion company for boxers. And Mayweather said, I didn't tell you to do none of that. Didn't cut him in for jack. Took 100% ownership and walked away.
And D Ward, what it is compensating for is this. No, that would be different if he used his promotion company, but he's using personal money.
Right.
Because here's the thing. Even when Elon Musk bought Twitter, it was not with his money. He just bought it with stock. It was a stock. Nothing affected. I'm not affected it.
But Elon Musk doesn't even pull a check. He pays himself in stock.
And dividends.
Yep.
We don't do that. I mean, I need to know how many of y'all even get a dividend. How many of y'all know what a dividend is?
How many of y'all have enough money in the bank to get a dividend? Or some type of investment?
And my question still becomes, FUBU can only last 10 years. Louis Vuitton can last 150 years. Why would you guys want to invest in Louis Vuitton, but not in your own brands, your own company, somebody that can benefit you as Black people? There's Black banks out there. Y'all not putting your money in there.
Oh, wait. We looked at some Black banks. I think we did I did a live or somebody else. It might have been O2O. Black banks, man, it got crazy interest rates. It might have been HB Gone Global. They got crazy interest rates. They try to hike it up on your deposits. They got crazy annual fees. They running it up on their own people and then say there's no Black people that want to support the business. That's because you're not being competitive to everybody else that's already got an established business. I understand keeping a Black money in a Black company if you're not trying to run it up on your own people. But some people think because you got a Black business, you need to support them no matter what the cost. You need to be competitive as well.
I do say competitive, but remember I talked about how the Jewish people invested in Jewish people no matter the cost? Because
within reason. It has to be a reasonable cost, though. If you're doing something outlandish and you running it up on people for fees, this, that, and the other thing. Now, some of these Black businesses, and when it comes to Black banks, they stopped doing a lot of those things. But that was after the initial bad taste that a lot of people got from dealing with Black banks. So some of the fees that you initially did, they stopped doing it. Then they started wanting Black businesses and Black people to come back to the banks. But by then, they had already had a bad taste in their mouth. Now it's up to the Black banks to win back over the confidence of the people they're trying to service. That's customer service. That's business.
Nothing should take away your service. You can say, look, you know why you can go to a restaurant and get a little tiny meal, a little tiny piece of steak or whatever, and you pay $100 for it? You're not paying for that steak. You're paying for that service, that ambiance. The person, when your drink is halfway through, they already got you serving it again. They put something else in your cup. So it doesn't matter if you're a Black business. It is service. Customer service should be at the top. We can't get away from that, guys. But the sad thing is, we get a worse customer service. That's what. Think about this. How many places have you gone that you like, man, the food good, but I know what I got to deal with when I get there. As a Black business, that's our brand. That is our brand. We don't even want to buy our own brand. It's so bad that what other race supports a Black business?
That's a good question. That's a big question right there.
Yeah.
How many other races support Black businesses other than Black businesses themselves, or Black people themselves? That says something.
Why is that? Why is that no other race? Look, we'll eat Chinese food. We'll eat some taco. I mean, Mexican people, they come in here, make tacos. We'll go to Mi Casina. We'll eat all of that. But why is it that no one supports black business? What have we done to denigrate ourselves so bad that no one wants to support us?
No one in our own community, even. Now, I do have to say, there's a lot of great black-owned restaurants that are doing it well. But then there's some that want to phone it in and think that they should be top-ranked businesses in certain areas. I mean, Fearless, you right there in Dallas. Houston has a shit ton of black-owned businesses. Turkey Hut is one that was doing the job for a long time.
Man, why they make?
And now they
I
going
love
through a
Turkey
divorce.
Hut.
And they going through a divorce. So now
Turkey
they
Hut.
tearing up the business between the husband and wife.
Let me see if I can even find this, man. And it's such a shame that you had a plate. It's in the hood. I didn't know it was in the hood, but it's in the hood. Guys, and it's a great story if you think about it, man.
Yeah.
I live in Dallas. A few questions will ask you about the travel scene. Yeah, I'll put that in the chat. Give me 1 second. I'll put that email in there. Let me see if I can find something for you real quick. I'm gonna find two things, but
And I'm getting ready to drop the link in the chat because we're getting close to an hour 46 minutes, and we'd like to hear some of your comments. So,
well, one of them, brother, I want you to know before you come to Dallas why some of the Dallas places did not work. You know, we want to talk about it. Black-owned businesses, people. Black-owned business. Because if you go to a white-owned business, you don't see this.
Is responding after video of him yelling at customers went viral.
All this twerking, take it to Prime, take it to Pink. Don't bring it here because we're a restaurant. If you want to do it, get out my restaurant. Because I did it for our people and I did it for our culture.
It started with some customers standing on furniture and twerking. Music played inside True Kitchen plus cocktails. Owner Kevin Kelly says,
this is a sophisticated black restaurant that, you know, when I say sophisticated, I mean, they were serving upscale food. The black people went there. I can't say people. Y'all weave wearing chicks went to this man's restaurant. Yeah. And something that you would not do in a Caucasian persuasion restaurant. You wouldn't be going to Red Lobster or something like that, getting on some tables and dancing and twerking at a restaurant. And he's like, you want to go somewhere else? Let me play it from the beginning. You want to go somewhere else? You do that. You don't do that here. And they was mad at him because he put them in a place.
a Texas restaurant owner is responding after video of him yelling at customers went viral.
All this twerking, take it to Prime, take it to Pink. Don't bring it here because we're a restaurant. If you want to do it, get out my restaurant. Because I did it for our people and I did it for our culture.
It started
I
with
said it like that. Yes.
and twerking music played inside True Kitchen plus cocktails. Owner Kevin Kelly says before the viral video was recorded, he asked the women to stop dancing and sit down. The viral video shows him addressing the whole restaurant, saying he invested a lot of.
So he asked him, please, can you get off my tables? I'm trying to run a restaurant here. I'm trying to do something for my community, for my people. And you know what these weave wearers
money
say?
into it so that black people can have somewhere nice to go and feel
Exactly.
good. The video spread quickly online, many saying Kelly addressed the situation poorly. He later posted on the restaurant's Facebook apologizing for using salty language, but not for calling out the women. He also posted other videos showing what the women were doing and how workers and management responded before he addressed the whole restaurant. Katie Johnston for CBS 11 News.
Yeah, True. Let me see if I can find True Kitchen Dallas. I think they closed down, which is sad. Sad. The brothers can't have anything. They closed down. And we wonder why. So tell me, why is that, bro? Why can't we have anything? Oh, there you go. Chicken with the fried rice. What's the name of that restaurant down there in Dallas? What was that?
Which one?
Houston.
The Turkey Leg Hut. Turkey Leg Hut.
This is when I think I used to travel. See if I can find it. Can't have nothing. And the thing is, the Turkey Leg Hut was actually a good story, man. Because the gentleman had gotten out of jail. Turkey Leg. He had gotten out of prison, and he started his own business making turkey legs. He turned that in a food truck. He started in a food truck, and then turned it into
a restaurant.
Into a restaurant. Now let me show you. This is. So I'm just going to show you.
And they have some prominent people come down to that Turkey Leg Hut.
Oh yes, he got a whole wall of people who had come down and supported him. You know, so this is me. Let me see. I support my black businesses only when they're good, though. So as you can see, this is the Turkey Leg Hut. They say if it don't fall off the bone, it ain't no good. That's how good it was. It fell off the bone. You said it's free. You don't fall off the bone, it's free. It's me chilling down there with the peoples. I brought some homies down there and said, let's do this, man. I supported it. Great food, smothered in the food. Turkey Leg Hut, great place. Fall off the bone. Let's see, I think I have mine. Yeah, look at that. If they don't fall off the bone,
we doing it.
That's how we did it. We was down there jamming, eating, supporting. So I try to support things, man. And it's so sad that when you try, the outcome, no outcome. Oh, brother, that was delicioso.
Oh, they put out some good, consistent food.
Yes. Facts. Turkey legs smothered in macaroni, cheese, lobster, whatever the hell they.
If y'all don't know, Houston's a very big spot when it comes to food, restaurants, all that. You can't come down here and half step.
Nope.
In Houston, it was big time restaurants that were down there making it happen. From Creole to barbecue to whatever you can imagine, they were making it.
So the question is, guys, why is it that why is the poorest people, some of the poorest people, as in wealth, spend the most money on liabilities instead of assets? Because as a collective, we can make a lot of money. As a collective,
we just don't know how to
really
keep
do a
it.
lot. Yes. Let's see if Drew, help us out here, man. 1, do you support black businesses? 2, are you a brother who feels that he had to wear labels? We know you might have a few labels on. You wearing them labels? If not, why do you think that your fellow ninjas feel the need to dress up, labeled out, Gucci'd out, whatever your term you want to use, to flex?
Hey, how you doing this evening, brothers?
Good.
All right, man.
Hey, so the answer to your first question, do I support black businesses? Yes. I put something in the chat, actually, an experience I had just last week at a black establishment. And it was funny because it was a white person that came in there and did it. And, you know, sometimes on the panel, we think it's just us, but it's not just us. Everybody does the shenanigans, but we're the ones that get caught on camera with it.
What happened?
So
tell us about it.
Oh, so the story was basically, you know, having Sunday dinner in there, and this white girl's in there, right? And she's eating and whatnot, and you know, everybody's having a good time. And so I noticed, you know, as the the bill came, she started pulling out like all types of different money. I mean, she even had Dominican pesos.
Wow.
At least she had money though. At least she had money.
But she had $9 when it came down to a $30-some bill.
Oh.
And she got something to go.
Oh.
Yeah. She ate and had a to-go plate. So, it's just funny that, a lot of times we think
she didn't have no
us,
credit card, nothing. She just showed up, ate up, and was planning
Yeah.
on walking out after $9.
Yes.
Well, let me show you. This is why I know you're talking about that. You say it, but see, here's the difference. All right. And I want to say like a difference, but it is a little bit of a difference. What happens is we, at least she was attempting to say, I'm going to maybe try to take care of my bill. I'm going to try to do that. But here's your sisters, man. Your sisters who, let me tell you how dumb they are. They make reservations in their name, in their own name.
Yeah.
And they wanted to dash.
Surveillance video from inside the restaurant shows a table of 16 people eating and enjoying themselves. Frida's manager, Jesse Gonzalez, says they were one of the last tables seated around.
And look, I just want to show you this big girl right here. There's some big people at this table. They all big. 16 people at Frida's, all eating.
10:30 Sunday night, a half hour before close.
And they came at the last minute, and we didn't think anything of it.
He says they treated themselves, ordering some of the most expensive things on the menu, including $11 margaritas.
Burritos, the hefty grinder burritos, the Frida special steaks, steak and shrimp.
But soon he says the bartender got a whiff of something that didn't smell like grilled steak and peppers.
It was just one guy that was just smoking weed, and we asked him to stop, and I guess he was like the leader of the group, and they just went out and listened to him and made a scene.
There's no sound in the surveillance video, but at this point, Gonzalez says the group started berating the staff.
It started getting louder and louder, getting on.
Get out. What did they finally do?
She even carries her blue margarita away from the table and continues.
She took her drink with her. She said, "We ain't paying, and I'm
to
taking
drink
my
it
drink home."
after the group ignores staff and skips out on their $420 bill.
$420.
Gonzalez says they even
and they're walking out with no guilt, no
she's never
remorse,
seen
no
anything
nothing.
like it.
Our walkouts are, hey, they forgot to pay, or they'll come back the next day. Major walkouts like that.
And it's the sad thing. And we want to say, I ain't gonna lie. It'd be difficult to have a business, and this is what you got to deal with.
Right.
And we do, and here's the thing, we do it to our own. We do it to our own.
What's going on, Mercy?
Yeah, this been going on for a while, man. As far as we like to wear name brand stuff. This been going on for a long time, even back in the 60s. You'll see, black people trying to, back then they were wearing suits, certain type of tailor suits and, certain type of, shoes, whatever, all that type of stuff. But we've always tried to make a name for ourselves by how we shop. And, that's just what it is, man. Even when I was growing up, you didn't have a certain type of sneakers, you got ridiculed. So,
But the question is, why is it just in our community? Meaning, if you're a white person, they investing in their future. And they invest in the assets. We're investing.
But it's not
in
always our
liability.
community, Fearless. It's not just in our community. It's in white communities. It's in Asian communities. It's in Hispanic communities.
That's not true. Drew, I know you're saying that, but I just brewed up the stats.
Yeah, you pull statistics, but listen to what you said. Why is it just in our communities? You didn't say, why is it
we
the
are
percentage?
13%.
No,
We
you
are
said
percentage.
No,
okay, let's go with percentage.
No. I'm not saying go with percentage. What you said is why is it just in our community? Just means it's only us. What you should say is, why do we lead?
All right,
it's not
that's like
just
saying
us.
this. That's like saying, why is it our community just walks out? Of course, there's other communities that walk out, but we the majority of those people. Dine and dash, rude. So when I say just, I'm just saying the majority. How about that?
Hey, bro, I'm going to say just, because I'm going to tell you what happened. My parents put me in a white school. My parents put me in a white school. It wasn't the same. It wasn't the same situation. So no, I went to a black school and I went to a white school. And it was at the black school you had to wear certain type of sneakers. They put me in the white school. It wasn't like that. So no, I ain't buying.
No. That's not true because I went to a predominantly white school too, and all of the white kids I knew had.
Drew, you driving? Drew must be driving because he dropping in and out like nobody's business.
I mean, you got ridicule, bro. Come on, you got ridicule. They put you down for just for your sneakers. Come on, man. Nah.
Like I said, man, I had pro wings on. I ain't have no problems.
And Drew, when you wore them shoes, how many black people robbed you of your shoes? How many times you got stood up to say take them shoes off?
I only got stood up one time.
Not stood up. I'm saying you got robbed and had your shoes taken.
That's what he's saying. One time.
Was that by a black people or was that by a white person?
Oh, it was by a black dude.
Oh well, okay, yeah.
So why we playing these games, man? Why we playing these games? You know exactly what we talking about.
And it's the only reason why that happened is because he thought I stole his shoes.
What?
Yeah.
So wait a minute. He think another brother stole his shoes, so he gonna do it back.
No, he thought I stole his shoes, but then later on, he come to find it. He actually came clean and came back with like, look, I thought those were mine, but they were not.
So I'm gonna read this to you, Drew.
Yep, gave him back.
Because this is what I'm talking about. Yes, maybe white people, maybe Asians, maybe Indians do it. But when you can afford it, it's different. And I'll put it here. Black people, Black
you're
Americans
saying that we can't afford it now. Now you're saying we can't afford it.
That's what I'm saying. Let me read this to you.
Come on now.
Let me read this to you. Black Americans tend to spend a larger percentage of their disposable income on clothing, shoes,
Pause.
and items.
Disposable income.
All right, here we go. A black household making $40,000 would spend $2,000 on clothing, while a white household making $100,000 might spend $3,000 on clothes.
Is that disposable income? Are you reading off the disposable
Brother,
income?
if you're making triple what somebody else is making, and you're not spending
$3,000 versus $100,000 income versus $2,000 only $40,000 income. The person with $40,000 doesn't really have $2,000 disposable income.
And when we say disposable income, that means, oh yeah, I can afford that Mercedes Benz. That's my disposable income, even though I'm living in an apartment and I can't afford the insurance or the gas
or buy a house.
That's disposable income.
But what
you got dudes living in an apartment, got very expensive cars, and they sitting in an apartment instead of sitting in a house first, then buying a car.
I mean, but the problem is why are you wearing some sneakers and the dude all you might think is
words
his?
matter.
I mean, I don't even get
words
that,
like
bro. That
disposable
makes
income,
no
that just
sense
means
to
they
me.
have extra income, right?
If you take it, look, if you taking your extra income to put it on clothes and not invest in it, that's a problem in the black community. It's not disposable if you don't have a 401k, if you don't have a 529. How is it disposable?
Hey, Fearless, do we see that travel? Do we see this travel space that we're in, where these guys are using this disposable income? Do we see that as a problem with them going about and doing their thing?
Okay, if Ronan goes overseas and all his bills are paid and he has money to spend, no. If Jay Rillo is begging you to please take me over there and I can't pay for that ticket, yes, that's his disposable income. But isn't there a difference, Drew? Come on, man. If you went to a white school, you fucking smarter than this. Or you went to a stupid white school. Then you went to a stupid white school. Don't ask stupid questions. You're going to get stupid answers.
No, but what you're saying to me is this. Your words matter. And that's not what you said, that they just, when you tell me that somebody just does this, you initially said that we're the only ones who do it. That's what you said. Like, we just do this. No, we're not the only ones that do this. And that was my initial argument.
Well, what percentage of the Asian folks are spending the majority of their disposable income on clothes? What Asian person do you know works all summer? They get a $500 paycheck and they go buy a $500 belt.
China Mac.
China Mac is a rapper.
And he probably got more money than he can spend the $500 belt ain't affecting it.
Why you bring a rapper up? Why you bring a rapper up? And he's trying to give
because these are the. I mean, we and this is what we use as our litmus test anyway. We always use rappers and actors and basketball players. We don't never use common folks.
But here's the thing: he's stealing our culture anyway, and he's doing a good job at doing it.
And thus,
I mean, it's
that
such a
means
small percentage of us that travel anyway,
gear
bro.
to steal our culture, right?
That's true, Mercy.
Such a small percentage of us that got passports. I mean, come on, man. Very small.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Fearless, he has a point, though. Like, I know, you're harping on the word disposable income, but I don't know if you're aware, there's been some studies, like the average net worth, of a white family, for example, is like, 400,000. The average net worth, we lucky to have 40,000, or 50,000 in a bank account, in savings. Whereas whites have, they're worth about $250,000. Their net worth is like $250,000, on average.
Yeah, because
so
they get
when
married, they get married, so all that plays a part, man. The income is higher, they get married, they stay married longer. All that plays
But it's
a part,
also but it's also how you manage your money too. I mean, just because it's disposable income doesn't mean you treat it as disposable. Just like Fearless said, you gotta.
Point. Yes, that's our point, Darnell.
Just like
But
Fearless
if you
said,
got a husband and wife working, and you got a husband and wife working that has money and they put their money together, that's gonna be more than a single mom.
Let me just throw a monkey wrench in everything y'all saying right now. How many people do you know in the Black community that have a basic life insurance policy?
T-shirts. They call them T-shirts with your face on. That's life insurance, brother. Because you got to buy that T-shirt in order to bury the person.
You know that adds net. That adds net worth to your overall person, right? Just have a life insurance policy. You can grow your net worth with a life insurance policy.
My mother's late husband had one. If he didn't have one, man, I don't know where my mom would be.
And then you're also leaving a legacy when you die.
Yeah, just about everybody I know personally, they all have some type of life insurance or something.
But a lot of people in the Black community do not. That's a basic necessity.
I want to find something out. Because I got it through my job, through one of them through my job. And the amount that I pay is basically pennies. And you can pay,
especially if it's
like
a term policy.
It's like $1 a week for, it's like $1 a paycheck for 1 year salary, $2 for 2 years, So basically you're paying $1 more for if you pass away, how many years of your salary gets passed along.
Yeah.
And some people just don't do anything.
Quickest transfer of wealth you can ever have with a stroke of a pen is a life insurance policy. How many of us in our own community does that? If you don't have it through your company and then you wind up leaving the company, you go to another company, you lost the one that you had with the company. By the way, you don't know. The company's not keeping that policy running.
Nope.
And then some people get lazy when they get to the next company and they forget to reactivate it. But they don't personally go out and get life insurance. They usually get it through their company. You know how many white clients I've seen doing policies? White clients I do for financial planning, retirement, and all that. You know how many Black families I actually dealt with in my years in the insurance business? Not as many.
So my question to you, Mercy, or Drew, and Darnell, why do Black people feel the need to look a certain way, to always have name brands on, and I think they showed this picture, if you guys can remember, and I'll try to do it. It showed Jay-Z when he was poor and Jay-Z when he was rich. And it said the more money he made, the less jewelry he had on himself. So Jay-Z poor had all the gold, all of this stuff.
Around his neck.
Jay-Z billionaire, simple t-shirt. Why is
Well,
that?
I think if you look at somebody like him, if you're saying that, you look at somebody who is surrounded by a different class of people, and like you say, if you look at Rick Rubin, who's somebody that he's closely associated with. You know, Rick Rubin looks like a bum, but he's probably a multi-millionaire. But the people that they associate with is what makes the difference.
And I'm gonna share this if you guys can. Let me see if I can blow it up without doing it.
Fearless, if you got time, there's a video that can explain everything. It's if you look up on YouTube, how to sell to the Negro.
I already did that.
You kind of late then, brother, because we did that. Was the first video
that
we
was
had.
the first video I played.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I think one thing we're missing in that video, because it said that Negroes like to buy quality. They've already experienced products that are inferior, so they choose to buy quality products.
They choose to buy brand name because they assume brand name means quality. What the Chinese people are saying is, we're building quality in a Chinese market, but they're taking it and putting a brand name on it after we go ahead and go through the process with our artisans to make the bag. It's the same damn bag. All they're doing is sending it to France so they can put their label on it and make it officially a Hermes bag or a Louis Vuitton bag, but it's still the same quality in Japan. So now if you're just talking about quality, do you still need brand name if the quality is equal to the brand name? So my question even in my chat was, do you buy non-brand or do you prefer brand name only? Even if the quality is equal, most people are going to pick up the brand name just because of what? Status.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for me,
Drew, you're dropping out. Are you driving, bro? And if you're in Hawaii trying to drive, I already know why you dipping in and out. Them mountains are not playing around out there.
Yeah.
You driving?
Drew, if it's about Drew, if you say it's about comfort or quality, why is it that you can have a regular t-shirt with the name Supreme on it, sell it for $150? That is no quality, man. What $150 compared to that pack of 10 at Walmart?
I have never owned a Supreme t-shirt, so I can never tell you.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. It depends. For me, it depends on what it is. Some stuff I do buy name brand, others I don't. Like I do buy Jordans, but I don't buy the like the latest, greatest, or the most wanted Jordan. You know, the ones that are like $400 or $500 for a pair. I don't buy those. Like I'll usually buy the ones that they try to get rid of. But there's a reason. There's a reason for that.
What's your reason?
The reason, okay. So a couple years ago, like I started buying shoes from just Walmart, right? And my shoes were lucky to last 6 months. So I'm spending, $40, $50 on a pair of shoes. I need to buy a new pair every 4 or 5 months. I buy a pair of Jordans. Like I said, I buy the ones, last year's model that they're selling, that's on sale for like $100, right? Those pair of Jordans will last me 2 or 3 years. So
why you got to buy Jordans? You can still buy a Nike brand at the Nike outlet, and it's not Jordans, and don't spend half as much money. So why do you feel the need to buy Jordans?
It's just a brand that, like I said, that I've stuck with after I found out, hey man, they're lasting me 2 to 3 years. I'd rather spend $100 on one pair of shoes than to buy a pair of shoes every 3-4 months, at $50 a pair.
I'm not saying you got to discount your quality. I'm saying we've been sold Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can still get a pair of Nikes that's not Jordans that will last just as long.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be open to that. Like I said, I'm not buying Jordans just for the sake of buying Jordans. You know, it's not like, hey, you open up my closet, I got a whole Jordan collection, or I'm even buying like I said, I'm not even buying the newest model. I'm buying or whatever, newest one that comes out. I'm buying the old shit that nobody's wearing anymore, because it's cheaper. But again, like I said, for me, it's just okay. It's just I just do the math. Okay, yes, that brand, that cheap shoe I bought at Walmart, for example, it may cost me only $40-$50, but if doesn't even last me 6 months, the soles are worn and they're uncomfortable, and I gotta buy. I'm spending the same amount of money, if not more, because I'm constantly buying new shoes every 4 or 5 months. You see what I'm saying?
I understand, but
what I look at is like this,
Nike
bro.
outlet.
I mean, if you got a salary full-time job, bro, then you can buy whatever kind of shoes you want. Now, the problem I'm having,
you're kind of muffled. Can you repeat that?
I mean, if you have a salary full-time job, bro, and you able to pay all your bills, then yeah, if you want to spend $100 on sneakers, I have no problem with that. The problem I have is you got dudes making $8 an hour, or teenagers that don't have a job, or college students that don't have a job, or somebody just unemployed, and they got on $200-$300 pair. Now that's what I got a problem with. Because I'm just like, dude, I mean, come on, man. I mean, you might have to wear some cheap sneakers until you get yourself where you need to be. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I mean, but I understand what this whole thing's about. I don't think I mean, of course, there's going to be better quality with some brand names. I'm not saying it's all. I'm not going to say all. I'm just saying it made the sneaker thing. I can see the sneaker thing because that's your feet. That's on your feet. But to me, a T-shirt or a shirt or a purse, I can't do it, bro. These women paying $10,000-$20,000 for a purse now. I can't do it. I just have to be single. That's just all. It's to that. I'm not paying $6,000 for no purse. I mean, I just can't do it.
Neither can they. That's why they expect you to do it.
That's true.
And they ain't gonna call you a brokey if you don't.
Then I'm a proud brokey then. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, and I hate when I'm not bashing black women here, but I just hate when they do stuff like that, because to me it's like you don't understand about wealth building. I mean, I'd rather I'm just the type of guy, I'd rather have $200,000 in a 401k versus drive a nice car. I've made that mistake of buying a nice car. Stupid. And the way you guys heard me, I call myself stupid all the fucking time.
But
and then you saying with the chains on.
Yeah, the chains.
With those expensive chains on. I'm like,
oh yeah.
Me, I've never wore any chains. So maybe that's why I'm not cool.
All right, I used to buy fake chains back in the early 2000s. Do you remember the kiosks in the mall? They had the little.
Everybody wanted the Cuban necklaces and all that. Man,
Cuban
link necklace. I ain't never got into any of that.
Yeah, I did. When Usher came out with that song, and he had that necklace. He spun it around and all the way over and went all the way around. Anybody remember that video?
But I'm glad you said that. Think about what you just said. Why is it that we got to follow our rap stars and our entertainers to try to look like them instead of trying to follow the rich guy, who's ever really making the money? Why is it our idols or those people instead of real money?
I can only speak in my case, but I was just a dumbass. When you're a dumbass kid, those are the people you watch those music videos. Those are the people you look up to, like Jay-Z, the Big Pimpin' video. Oh, okay. Well, if I gotta, in order for me to get the girls and stuff, I gotta drive I gotta get a Maserati or something, or a Bentley. You know what I'm saying? I gotta have jewelry, pop the bottle of Cristal, you know.
But it's different when you pop in a bottle of Cristal and you own stock in Cristal.
Yeah.
But you know what? The funny thing with those videos are they were projecting. A lot of those cars were rented. The girls were actresses. None of that shit was real.
Yeah, but when you're a
right
kid,
into our community to make you think all that is reality.
yeah,
exactly.
But when you're a kid, you know, you don't know any better. Just like look at, I mean, how many people thought, you know, I mean, I'm not Gen Z, but when social media came out, you know, how many Gen Zers thought like some of these lifestyle and influencers and stuff, they're thinking like these people are real. Like, matter of fact, you go to the these people right now that are pretending to be stock gurus and stuff, claiming they're making millions trading. They're using paper accounts. They're not even trading shit.
O'Shea, like I was just telling Fearless, O'Shea Duke Jackson just put out a video not more than a couple days ago talking about that very thing. But a lot of these YouTubers telling you what to do and how to do it. You can't even go find them on LinkedIn having any experience in telling you any of that shit. But yet still you're going to follow them just because they got some followers.
Yep.
But see, this is the whole thing, man. I'm just like, yo, this is the kind of stuff we promote, man. And so my thing is, I really don't care, man. I've never cared. I'm like, look, if y'all want to do that's y'all business. I just can't do it. I'm just gonna get my passport test. I just can't have it, bro. I just can't. I just can't do it. I can't keep up with y'all, man. Y'all got it. Y'all got this culture. Y'all got all that. Y'all keep all that. And I'm like, when I see them buying jewelry and all this type of stuff, I'm just saying they can spend all this money on jewelry, and then some of them they buy them. Like I'm from DC, so a house could cost this easy for a house to cost $1 million where I live at. I mean that's easy. So I'm just like, dog. I mean, I know people that they bought a house. Well, not when I say a house, but really a townhouse. And they spend all this money, man, and they teachers like me, and I'm like, I don't think y'all gonna make it. I mean, I'm like, yo, I mean, I can't see it. I can't do it. I just can't do it, bro. I can't go. I mean, this one.
But here's
she
the
has
thing.
the husband.
I think what you're missing, Mercy, is this. It's gotten so bad, though. I've traveled to other countries, and you know, the girl will say, "Can you get me a new iPhone?" I'm like, what? I want you to put this in perspective. iPhone is $1,300. Your rent is $100. That's like me spending 13 times more for a product than my rent. So if my rent was $2,000, that means I'm spending like, say, 20-something thousand for a product. That makes no sense. But that's what they do. They don't have their rent money, but they know somebody got the new iPhone, the new something, and they willing to put that money in it, which is crazy to me. And I'm like, how are you know, and that's the concept. They see an American come over, they see something like this, they thinking only for the day, you know, not for the future. And that's how they spending that money. And those are people who are overseas, where $1,300 is a lot more than in the United States.
Well, I still feel that overseas is better because you in control overseas. I mean, now if you decide to do that, that's your business, bro. But I control what goes on overseas, bro. You know, so I kind of quarterback what's going on. So when you in America, it's like they privileged. It's like they privileged. If you don't do such and such, if you don't do this, then you ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I just can't do it, man. You know, you talk to a girl in America, like she has no problem asking you to cash app. That really blew me, bro. I'm just saying, do what? I'm just like, no, I can't. Where's my passport, yo?
But I see, hey, look, I've been in other countries where the girls have said the same thing. And girls said, look, I'm in the country. I remember this is way back before I was married. She's like, "Can you Western Union me some money to get my hair done because I want to look good when I see you?" And I'm like, "But I'm here. Like, I'm here. Why I got to Western Union you some money? We can just meet and get our hair. You know, you can get your hair done. I can go ahead and get shaved. No, I got to see. You know, I don't want you to see me like this." I said, "So you want me to Western Union use some money while I'm here?" It's the game that they play. So there's chicks that play the same game in other countries. You know, that they do in everywhere else. In DR, we say there's 3 things that you're gonna see. They're gonna open the refrigerator. It's gonna be empty. They're gonna have an IV in their arm to say, "Hey, I'm in the hospital," or they're gonna have a cracked phone. Some way that they're gonna get you to give some money because of one of those.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same thing happens in other countries. They just, instead of saying, "Hey, I need it for this," they kind of try to say, "Oh, my baby ain't got no food," or "You say ain't got no food in the house. I can't text you back because my screen is messed up," or, you know, "I'm in the hospital." Because I even played that game. You know, I play it with them. I'm like, "Oh, you ain't got no food? What's your address?" Because my friend, he has, you know, a store. Give me the list and I'll make sure he delivers it to you. And they come back, "I don't want nobody just to come over my house." And so it's never about the food or that. They just want money. And that's worldwide.
But see, the thing is, though, overseas, see, she's got a cousin, she got a sister, she got a friend, so it's okay. You could do that. There's 10 others. It's 10 others. Trust me, the competition is thick. So see, it's 10 others that will. Well, never mind. But I'm just saying, in America, it just seems like it's different in my experience. And overseas, I mean, all women want you. All women want you to take care of them. I mean, I don't think there's any woman that don't want you to take care of them. But it's still up to you. It's still up to you what you want to do. If you in charge, you decide what you want to do. And if you decide not to do it, it's not the backlash. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, I decide, no, I don't want to help you with this. It's okay. In America, it's different. It's like, nah, you broke. You know, you ain't shit. It's that type of deal. You
The
follow
only
what I'm saying? Does
difference,
that make sense?
the only difference is that the women overseas are cheaper than the ones
Girls
here.
are straight
I
up.
mean, you can send a girl overseas. You can send a girl $200-300 overseas, and she's good for a month. Versus here, you send a girl $200-300, and it's like, nigga, is that it? You know. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, Mercy. You know, I think you said it best, man. You know, no matter what, women are the same, no matter what, bro. It's really, other than that, there's really no difference other than they're being cheaper.
Somebody needs to go tell No Excuse that.
If I give you a dime, bro. If I give you a dime, I didn't say $200 or $300. I said a dime, and I don't receive a thank you, then no, you won't get me no money out of it. If I give you a dime, you say, well, that's it. Come on, hey, there's no thank you. There's no. I mean, come on, man. I wasn't raised like that. I'm sorry. I just wasn't raised like that, bro. If somebody opened the door for you, they ain't gave you no money. They just opened the door for you. You're supposed to say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion. I mean, I know I'm crazy. I guess I'm crazy.
Common courtesy. If you can't do the basic, why would you deserve anything more than that?
It's just how we are, man. And it's sad that us as a community has gotten to this way where it's, and I can't say, because we keep saying this now, like the women now, but it's black dudes too. They've been doing this the same. I got to wear this certain amount of clothes. I'm gonna make fun of you if you're not wearing this. It's all about what I got on and how can I afford. We find our value in what we have, where other people find their value in different things, and we wonder why we different. So I can't blame the women. I got to blame sometimes the dudes. If you're going out to buy a car that, like somebody said in here, that you can't find that you can't afford, it's just as bad as that woman buying that Hermes purse on credit. So if you wasn't here, Darnell, we showed where the woman She got approval for credit for her Hermes.
I saw.
Purse, and she
I saw that.
out.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I mean that's ridiculous. I mean, you know, first of all, you should never ever borrow money for depreciative assets. You know, that's the biggest thing. But the only thing I did want to correct you on, though, Fearless, is that I'll be honest with you. Believe it or not, white people do the same thing. If you listen to the Dave Ramsey show, you listen to all those people that call in. And Dave Ramsey caters more towards white conservative Christians. They call in all the time. You know, yeah, I'm stuck in this car payment. You know, I owe $50,000 on a truck worth $30,000, and you know, and I'm broke. I mean, white people they do the same thing. The only difference is instead of buying flashy clothes, they buy cars that they can't afford. And a lot of times it's because the Jones family. And houses they can't afford too. You know, because the Jones family, they got that Cadillac down the street, you know, or Mercedes. Oh well, damn! I got to buy me a new Cadillac or Mercedes, or I got to one up them kind of thing. You know, the keeping up with the Joneses.
Ridiculous. Joe, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing this evening? I don't think we're going to stay on too long, maybe about another 15 minutes and we'll wrap it up. But welcome to the show. And my question is, I know you've traveled. How you feel about, you know, us in the black community, man, where we always feel that we got to impress people with the labels. And we brought that up because the Chinese, they basically making fun of us, where they like, everybody is profiting and we the only people that's the liability, meaning Chinese people making the product, United States white people putting the tariffs on it, and black people, we gonna buy it at the. It's just like we buying at the peak instead of at the dip to make the money. It's like we doing things ass backwards. Why is that?
We've been conditioned to be consumers. At least the public school I went to, most of my friends, they've never been taught to be the ones who are setting the tariffs, to be the ones who are manufacturing the products like China. We've been the ones that have been taught to go and get our nails done by the Koreans, to go buy the wigs from the Vietnamese or whatever, to go and give our money, and instead of having our dollars circulate within the community like the Jews do, like even the Mexicans do. In China, in Mexican town, I'm from Detroit, or even like what the Muslims do in Dearborn, in Alabama. They circulate their dollar, but they've been trained and taught that way from their families, and then also in their schools. The schools we go to and the families we're born into, you don't. That's just not the priority. It's wanting to look the part. It's like us wanting to own the block, the Crips and the Bloods, or run the block, but we don't own it. We don't own any actual property. It's still the city. It's other races of people and ethnicities that own these things. But we are given the illusion that we have some sort of control, but we don't. To me, it's ignorance, it's lack of intelligence, and I think a big part of it has to do with a lot of us are not in the books. We don't read. We don't go to the libraries. We don't study. We don't understand how these things go in the world, in the real world, and so we fall prey to being the part. So I think that's just in the community, in the culture itself, baked into it. Even the music that we listen to, it wasn't always that way. It used to be Marvin Gaye, then it became Versace. It became Drake singing about the latest tags. It became about Ace.
So let me ask, let me break that down because I want to ask that question. Two questions on what you said. One, why is it that black folks make fun of the other black folks for what they wear? I really don't see other cultures doing that. That's number one. And two, why is it that black folks are the only ones singing about their wealth? Like I don't hear country songs saying, you know, I got that $1 million ranch. I'm driving in that $1,000 a month tractor. They don't rap about it. Why is it that our hip hop songs are only about money, hoes, and clothes?
All the nigga knows.
We think we got something to prove, and a lot of us grew up in poverty. So on one hand, I understand psychologically and emotionally why someone like a Rick Ross would grow up and say, every day I'm hustling, right? And then every other young man, black man looking at that would want to aspire to be that because they were where he was. And so they're trying to get out, but they think that the mindset to get out is to consume things. But yet the reality is that the way Rick Ross got out is by selling to the consumers. So he's not actually teaching people how to sell something, a product. He's promoting a lifestyle that he himself doesn't even live. But yet we get it in our head that that's the way we achieve the things that we did. But
That
that's not
fat
the
man
way.
said, I love them wangs so much that I'm going to buy me a wang store. I ain't mad at him. That's what you do. You love eating them wings so much that you buy the wing store. Can't be mad at him for that. That's a smart move.
But they don't rap about that nearly. Maybe 5% of their whole entire catalog is about what he did, which is buying the wing store, or what Jay-Z did. His last album was to me his best album, 444, because he actually talked about the process. It took him, what, 3 years to get around to actually telling people, yeah, I'm not really out there in the streets like that. But you got these people out here thinking that that's, yeah, you rap these lyrics and you think that that's what you got to do. And then you end up in jail or dead and doing things that he's not doing to achieve the livable wealth that he accomplished. So we do that to ourselves. I can't tell you I know why, but it's kind of like a crabs in the barrel type of mentality. It's just, I got to make sure I get on top. And then when I get on top, then I'll throw you a bone. But by then it's too late. You don't affect the millions of black boys and girls into thinking that you got to have a whack. Like, what? You don't hear, like, I don't hear Taylor Swift talking stuff like that. So, I mean, it's just the mindset, it's the culture, and it's evolved from the point in time where it was not like that. Marvin Gaye, you always talk about I can't think of the song off the hand, but what's going on? He talked about social activism and things that's going on in the country, Vietnam. Like it used to be, Muhammad Ali used to be like, I'm not going to go and fight the white man's war, and he used to stand on something. It's become total opposite of that. So it wasn't like we was always the way it is now, but how it got to where it's at probably started with maybe NWA. I feel like, and it became cool to they realized, oh, we can make money by talking about doing things that we don't do, and promoting this kind of culture. And after the damage is done, we made our money, but you left behind a wake of millions of kids who don't value reading books, who don't value going to college, who aspire to be rappers that they would never be into their 30s and 40s. So it's we did it to ourselves, and it started with the most intelligent people, in my opinion. The most intelligent people told us to go out there and do these things that they don't do to profit off of our misery. I'm talking about this because it's what's going on in the community. A community you're not even a part of, and have not been a part of for decades. So it's the message, it's the things we listen to, the things we consume, and we're not intelligent enough to realize that we don't have the parents, fathers in the home to tell us, hey, that's just entertainment. So we take it at face value, and then that's how you get this the circumstance that we are in right now.
But do you think Jay-Z only say that because if he said it when he was poor, people wouldn't listen? That's why he tried to say, y'all think it's bougie, and I'm like, fine, but I'm just trying to give you $1 million worth of game for $9.99. If he said that when he started, would people have listened to him?
Nope.
No.
He didn't have the hoes in the Big Pimpin' video. You know what I'm saying? That's how they started listening.
But there it was rappers. It was Kanye West. He came back and brought back that I'm not a gangster, but this is I'm a college guy. So it took years for it to get back to where rapping about things like what Jay-Z raps about now became cool. But for decades, it started with NWA. They made it was just too much money there. So, but it wasn't always like that before.
But here's the thing, they weren't really, NWA wasn't rapping about money.
Yeah, they really weren't.
Yeah, they was just rapping about some violence. That was more that.
The street lifestyle. The money thing kind of came about with I want to say Bad Boy and
Yeah, I think that was Biggie.
and Biggie. Yeah, they were the first ones that I recall that started rapping about that, you know, that affluent lifestyle, spending your money, buying Mercedes and all this other stuff. And then like later on, I think earlier in the show, Fearless had brought up the song "Still Fly." That was the beginning of the end right there. When they came out with "Still Fly," you know, I can't pay my rent cause all my money spent. You know what I'm saying? The alligator seats with the head in the inside. I got a quarter tank of gas in my new E-Class. But yeah, that was the beginning of the end, bro. I would say, you know, and what I think happened is that like White, that's when White started getting into it. Hey man, this is how we can start selling shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to remember, back in the day, most record labels and whites, they would not touch rap music. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't touch it. Like
no, they
back
would
in the
touch
80s.
rap. They wouldn't touch gangster rap.
No, they wouldn't even touch rap. Like
no,
I'm serious.
All them were fine.
At first,
started talking about violence, gang violence, especially drugs and all this other stuff that they brought into. That's when they started drawing the line.
When MTV,
I'm gonna agree with Darnell. It was not mainstream. If you used to listen to the radio and there was a mainstream singer and they had rap into it, the mainstream record company or radio would cut out the rap part and just only play the music part. Yeah, and on MTV, it was from zero. There was no rap music, hip hop at all. And then they gave us 1 hour. It was like Yo MTV Rap.
MTV Raps. That was it.
1 hour. The other 23 hours was everything else.
And matter of fact, MTV wouldn't even touch black music, period. So it wasn't even just hip hop. Like they would not even.
Video soul, man, gonna stop.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. They didn't even.
The first black dude that had a video on, brother. They was not.
He was the very first one. Yeah, and they didn't. And at first they did not even want to play the Thriller music video. They didn't even want to play Thriller at first.
But they had no choice because it was too popular. It was forced to acknowledge it. It wasn't because they wanted to. It was like, well, what are y'all doing? It's everywhere, but here.
We kind of getting off the topic on the music thing. Get back on the China and Warren in the Hood thing. I want to welcome my birthday brother, Kanal. Happy birthday, my brother.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Happy birthday, Black Man Travels.
Hey, thank you, man. What's going on, guys?
Did you get your birthday cake from China, or you got?
No, but I got mine from Publix. Tiramisu birthday cake.
All right.
Yeah. So I just got back from the movie theaters, man. Went to go see.
How was the movie? Sinner.
The Sinners, amazing. Yeah. Must watch.
Must see. Okay. All I want is the recommendation. Is it a must see or not?
I mean, honestly, it's a must see movie in the theater. You got to go to the theater to see it. It's definitely an experience.
Did you see it on IMAX?
Yeah. Yeah. Highly recommend seeing it on IMAX.
Okay, IMAX it is. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, I think this movie's gonna make $1 billion easy.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not impressed with it.
No, it's just that amount of people watching it, and it's just like from start to finish, it's gonna keep your attention, and the storytelling, the characters, everything is amazing, and it's just wow. I'm just blown away by it. Yeah.
I haven't had that blown away.
That's high praise, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Do not watch it at home. Do not watch it at home. Go ahead, treat yourself to the theater.
I sure enough would have scalped the hell out of this box.
No. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend it, man. You literally got to go and experience the IMAX, the visual effects, the sound, the soundtrack. I mean, it's an experience, man. That's all I got to say.
All right. Well, that's a good thing.
It looks like they might be playing it too.
At least we watching a black movie that was not produced by the Chinese. So
well, they won't even show the poster in Chinese in China. So it's not going to play in China anywhere.
So, I mean, the topic, are you guys against the whole tariff situation against China, or are you guys favor it?
Kind of how we talking about it is this. We're saying everybody's winning with black people, meaning there's tariffs. The Chinese people are producing a product. They making money. White people, or got the tariffs to come in. They making money. White people can afford some of the higher end items, so they don't have an issue. Why is it that black people, over the course of their life, always feel the poorest people feel they have to have the name brands? We always have to have our labels on things, and everybody making fun of us. It's like white people will go to a secondhand store and wear rummage stuff and call it vintage. We scared to do that. We got to buy, and I think, Ronan, if you could play that one video about the labels, how black people got to have their labels loud and proud, and white people, how they do theirs so subtle. It's like we have to let people know that we have something.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and play that real quick. Hold on.
Every luxury brand has a range of products especially for the poor. And that brings us back to the question, why are brands like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Balenciaga, and Hermes so popular with the poor? Well, the answer is psychological. In fact, every luxury brand has two product categories. A clothing category that will be accessible to the general public, with very flashy clothes that make the logo stand out. Luxury brands have in fact understood that the poor absolutely want to show that they are wearing luxury because they need to prove their values to others. And a second category reserved for the very rich with simple, discreet clothes. You don't even recognize the brand of the garment. Once again, luxury brands have understood that the rich don't want to be noticed and don't need to show or prove to others that they wear luxury. Luxury brands have therefore adapted their products to suit the psychology of their customers, and you should do the same if you want to succeed in selling anything. Subscribe.
Go ahead.
I think it's more of a cultural thing more than anything, because it's like that in the Caribbean, and I noticed that in Africa as well, where people feel like they need to show their wealth to show that they have nothing else to prove. But it doesn't matter where you see me, where I live. I can live in a shanty town or in a poor area, but yeah, if you see me driving a nice car or wearing some nice clothes, that will be my that'll be my way to show you that I have some type of money, regardless where I live. But if I could show you, because again, you can't show off your house, you can't show off your investments, but you could show off the jewelry and the clothes that you wear. And I think it's highly done a lot in most poor societies, because again, you want to find a way to make yourself stand out from the rest of the crowd.
And isn't there examples
There's
of that?
poor white people that don't do that. Why is it that?
I think white people do that. It's just we pay attention more to our own people. We don't pay attention to what white people are doing, and it just, for us, we're raised in the projects, we're raised in the poor black communities, so we tend to see that a lot more than we see if somewhere, someone that lives in the trailer trash, in the trailer park. You see a lot of poor white folks driving big, expensive pickup trucks.
Yep.
They don't have money to live in a decent area.
And they got the lift kits on them trucks.
Yeah. So I think it's more of a cultural thing, but also too, I think because we live in our own community, we see a whole lot more. Like we can see a lot of kids growing up in high school, going to school in high school, middle school. Kids live in the projects, but they always have a new pair of Jordans. And Jordans was our way to show wealth. If a kid came out with a new pair of sneakers every 3 months, that kid had money, even though he lives in the goddamn projects.
But how does that make sense?
I just think that white folks just do it differently. What I've noticed, like in Europe, they do the same thing in Europe. They actually show their wealth. They wearing jewelry and wearing certain clothes with the Chanel bags that need to be prominent and shown out. It's not just black people. I think we just pay more attention to what black people are doing.
But here's the thing. I'm going to say it like this. We're at best, I would say we're new rich. Where you just named like French, Germans, even Mexicans and their culture. They have generational wealth. They have generational land ownership. They have a lot of things that established them in a family unit No, there's a lot of people that have stayed in certain areas for generations.
Yeah, but it's not
ranchers and stuff like that.
But it's not the entire population. I've been in Mexico, and I seen a lot of shitload of poverty there.
Yeah,
and
just depends on what
it's
part
a
of
small
Mexico
percentage of
you're
them. But I'm just saying, it's a small percentage of people that have the wealth in these countries, and we know the people who have the wealth are the white folks in these countries. Because, like in Mexico City, I can tell exactly where all the white folks live, and they live in the best area with the security, 24-hour security, while the remaining Mexicans stay in all impoverished areas. So, I mean, sometimes it's just really based on their economic situation, man. But again, if you're broke and poor, you want to show a way that is going to make you stand out from your neighbors, you're going to buy that fake Chanel bag.
But what does that prove?
You're somebody. People want to feel validated, man.
The fact that you wear clothes makes you somebody versus you developing your own.
Yeah. That's why they spend so much money towards research, marketing research. You're in sales, man.
Taught us that. I understand that. Believe me, I do understand the sales aspect of how to sell. But that the rhyme and reason behind it makes no sense logically.
Okay, so first off, good evening, gentlemen.
How you doing?
I'm sorry, I'm just butting myself in. Well, first off, Kino, it's been a while. Happy
Hey, what's
birthday,
up,
my
man?
brother.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Long life and long strength, long time no see. You know what I mean? You my guy. You know what I mean? Me and Kino used to work together. So just letting you know. just for everybody to know. Ronan, thank you for hosting this, and Fearless here to everybody else that's been on here. Darnell, you've been spitting all night, so I gotta give my flowers to you. So I'm gonna listen to you this entire time. Darnell been spitting this entire time. But you mean to tell me that throughout your entire life, you don't want to feel validated in one way, shape, form, or other?
Bruh, I wore pro wings. I was not proud like that. I grew up like that, bro. Pay less, pro wings. Facts.
You know what I mean?
In front of me.
So what's the difference? You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. So
it's a perception that people, and I don't get where we come up with this boastful nature within our communities. And like I said, it was taught through social media and other things that, and I brought up the fact that they did the MTV Cribs back in the day. They did Sweet 16, where they started making families feel ashamed because when their kids turned 16, they couldn't throw lavish parties like some of these superstars could. I don't know what happened to his connection, or his mic got unplugged or whatever. Chanel, you got to plug up your mic in order to come back in. Channel Forbes. I don't know what his name is. I don't want to say Channel or Chanel, whatever it's supposed to be. But anyway, I brought up those factors that, social media, MTV, and a lot of different things started promoting the fact that if you're not successful enough to throw these lavish parties for your kids, you weren't good parents even.
Correct.
MTV Cribs is another one. Yeah.
Then they even got into the lifestyles of the rich and famous. It even flipped over to the white side of the house.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Where you got, Hispanics, they throw quinceañeras and all that. And it's just a rite of passage of becoming an adult. But, we got into the extremes of it and felt like if you weren't doing that, you weren't doing shit.
But one thing I can say about those other cultures, and you've seen it, and I can't even say blacks. When we was down there in your neck of the woods, we went to a Dominican store that the people didn't speak English.
Yeah,
they spoke Spanish, and they was Dominicans. And that whole area, that whole shopping place right there, were Latina stores.
You might have to plug back up or back out and come back in, Channel, and we'll bring you back up. Go ahead. Sorry.
Why is it that, like I said, made in China, worn in the hood? Why is it that every other race or culture is pertaining to themselves? And I gave the example that I went to, we have the Fiesta store here. I think it's Fiesta's, the Mexican store. If you go in there, you're going to pay more for avocados, more for food. All their food is marked up higher than you would get at Kroger's. Yet, the Mexicans are keeping that store alive because they go in there, they support their own. Why is it that in the black community you just don't see that?
Well, there's not that many black community or black grocery stores either. I think there's like 2 or 3 in the country. There's not very many.
But all right, let's just take what you said. Not that many black grocery stores. Can you tell me how many Arab corner stores there are in the black community?
A ton, especially if you was in Detroit, man. That's all you had was Arab. They were mostly liquor stores, but they sold food,
potato chips, and whatever it is, them little aisles. So soda.
They sold produce too.
When you say produce, it ain't no fresh fruit. I mean, that's why they say there's a what they call it, the food desert. So why is that we don't own nothing? We're just consumers.
So the problem is that we don't produce the things that we consume. The Chinese produce, they consume this stuff. The whites, they make their Louis Vuittons, and it makes sense for them to wear the stuff that they produce. But we don't have anything of note that we consume en masse, except maybe Jordan, but he doesn't own Nike. So you know that's kind of like a pseudo. He kind of his name, but he doesn't actually own the production. Whereas everyone else who consumes, which everyone is winning. We're unique in that we don't own the things that we consume in any capacity. We wear the most wigs. We go to get our nails done the most. We wear the most shoes, the most everything, probably the most Gucci. We don't own it. I would be okay with it if we actually owned it. And like, okay, yeah, of course I'm going to go and support Gucci.
No, because I gave this. I know you say that, Joe, but I gave the scenario. In 1854, that's when Louis Vuitton was founded, and people still wearing Louis Vuitton. In 1993, Fubu was founded, and by 2023, it was gone. We don't support our own.
We're not even going to talk about Carl Kanai. We're Carl Kanai.
Exactly. We'll support a Louis Vuitton. We'll support a Hermes. We'll support those places. We don't support our own. So I'm trying to figure out why is that. And when you say we don't own anything, you can still have a market and have your people there. You can have a restaurant. And I said it, we are so bad that I'm sure that you've eaten at a Chinese restaurant, you've eaten at a Mexican restaurant, eaten at a Greek restaurant. How many of those people come to the black restaurant? And why is that?
Very, very.
Hilfiger openly said, if I'm not mistaken, the rumor has it that Hilfiger said he didn't like black niggas wearing his clothes.
He never said that.
Okay. I said allegedly. All right. You know what I'm saying? But
he
did.
He did say that. No, he said the N word, but he didn't say those words. He's like, I think he created a line, said this is for my niggas, and that's what got him.
Yeah, really what he said?
My bad, guys. Like,
yeah, he actually
had technical difficulties, so I had to switch computers. So my bad.
No, you're fine.
But it still goes to the fact, and Kanal, you can jump in here, brother. Why is it that you come from Haiti. At least you guys had an entrepreneurial spirit when you came over, to say, hey, I gotta produce.
Yeah.
We can have restaurants. You don't have to own like the whole market, but you can own something. I mean, we don't even own. All right, let me just break this down before you answer. Everything that we consume in great amounts, we don't even own. If you say we consume liquor, why don't we get a liquor store? If you say we smoking weed, why don't we get a farmer where we can do weed? Fuck, we get weaves in the hair and eyelashes and extensions, and we buy that from South Korea.
No, not even that. Hold on. I will correct you on that one. I can't actually correct you on this one. A lot of the weave actually comes from India, where they actually scrape the hair off.
No, that's correct. That's where the hair comes from. But the people who sell it and manufacture it, South Koreans.
They don't wear it. They don't wear the hair there.
And they don't wear weave.
Right. They don't even wear the weave. They go over to India, acquire the hair, clean it, get it stitched out over in India, and then they import it in.
Often straight up cadavers, like
Well, no, I mean the Hindus, they do that as a cleansing of bad spirits and bad luck, and so they're putting that evilness all up in that hair, and these women are wearing it.
Why are we actually absorbing the bad juju as we
Exactly? It is full of bad juju.
But to answer the question, I think, like I can say this: Caribbean people and African people, you going to school is not guaranteed you a job. So starting your own business has always been the forefront for every family. If you're not a doctor, lawyer, or engineer, you're a failure. So you don't have any options in regards to going to college. So when you see immigrants that come here to this country, they have that entrepreneurial experience because, again, in their country, going to college is not guaranteeing you a job. So the only way, So the only way you could actually succeed is open a business. If it means starting a small business, they'll do it. And also, too, I think people for countries, we have this thing called susu. You know, every country have their own little word for it. But it's basically when you put all your money in a pot.
Gifting circle, yeah.
Yeah, and every month, everyone gets paid off. But the thing is, and that money you take from the pot, you put it towards a business, towards a home, whatever, and it keeps circulating, and it grows.
But you also have to put that money back. That's the other part too.
So, but the thing is, they have a trust factor. They have a trust and community factor that they build within their own. And I think it's still happening now in the Asian community, in the African
during
community.
The pandemic, they wore the hell and back. I know.
I know
people were getting ripped.
I'm sorry, Ronan.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, I just want to apologize to you. My bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, but to this day, like I actually know elders and shit that I still talk to right now. They still do that to this day, bro.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying?
I know of Samoans and those people in the islands. They do it as well.
Yeah.
They have huge pots though. I'm talking $50,000-$70,000, man.
100,000.
Yeah, it gets big.
And again, and the thing is, when it's your turn, you take that money, you got to make it, you got to put it into something productive, open a business, whatever. Then once you get the money in return, you put it back in so someone else could benefit from it. And this has been going on for 100 years in the United States. So, because my mother was part of it during the 80s. So, again, I think most people from other countries do have a sense of community. And sorry to say, most Black Americans don't have a sense of community as they once had in the past.
Wait, Kendall, let me ask you on that. You say it's just the United States, dude. Like when I was,
no. I was saying that a lot of immigrants here that come into the United States that bring that same culture mentality with them. But you can still see it back in other countries. But within the United States, it's very common with Indians, Asians, Caribbean, Africans. They do that a lot.
I was about to say, because I was born, you know me, you know what I mean? I was born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago. It's just like, yo, that's like, we still do that shit to this day.
Yeah, they still do it. But the thing is, I said there's a sense of community compared to within the Black American community.
There's the bigger word that you used earlier, Kunal, was trust.
Yeah.
There is no trust.
Trust is the number one thing.
It has to be within that type of system. And unfortunately, too many bridges have been burned, too many bad stories, too many scammers within the Black American culture that would prevent that from working efficiently outside of a close-knit family of just family members. And they would have to be close-knit family members.
Let me ask you a question, Ronan. Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Ronan. Sorry to interrupt, but let me ask you a question. Why do you believe that is?
Well, like I said, even during the pandemic, there were susu circles that were working. I mean, layers of susu circles during the pandemic, especially when they were doing the subsidies, the weekly unemployment checks and things like that. People were trying to do sewing circles. Me and my boy got involved in a couple of them. And you would notice that the guys on the top were getting paid off quick. But then as you were down on the third or fourth run, and it was circling back around you, all of a sudden people were dropping off. And you would never get your money. You know, so trust factor, again, trust factor. And then you'd have to look at the organizers, who's collecting the money. You know, so there was a lot of different variables in these sewing circles that weren't necessarily working 100%. So where, you know, opportunity, I like game theory. Like I was trying to tell Fearless to look at Beastmaster or Mr. Beast. He had a show that was on, I think it was on Prime, and you would see people go out of their way to prove that they were heroic in some way to help somebody else. Instead of winning the $5 million for themselves, they would sacrifice themselves, even though they were there for selfish purposes, obviously to win the $5 million for themselves. And they would literally, because they were on camera or whatever was motivating their personas, give up the opportunity for $5 million for somebody they felt like was more deserving than themselves. In what world, all of a sudden, do you meet some stranger and all of a sudden they're more deserving than you are? You went there with an original reason of why you felt like you needed the money. Now you're giving it to somebody else. You know, the mentality of Americans when it comes to certain things. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying pyramid scheme. That's the symbol of
absolutely.
Absolutely. I was thinking that.
Those have been run in America for years. You have multi-level marketing companies. All those different factors have been going on for at least 20, 30 years. I've been in sales for almost 40. I've seen so many MLM companies and so many different pyramid schemes when it comes to doing business and sales and recruiting and different things like that, where people, and it just comes down to, if it sounds too good to be true in America, it most likely is not. You know, and you got to grasp that, wrap your fucking your head around that, and never fucking forget. You know, that's where, like I said, Kanal brings up the most perfect word is trust. And unfortunately, in this culture, with the crab in the barrel mentality and all the other things that go along with it, trust has been lost in our community, the Black American community specifically.
Yeah, but it's kind of
so many. You got so many different problems that we've had, bro. So many different systems. We've had the school system. You got the religious system. I mean, even before slavery was abolished, if you look at your history, a lot of people don't know, there was a lot of blacks that were slave owners that owned black people. And I mean, it's crazy, man. We go back over the history, man. It wasn't just the white slave owners. You had black slave owners.
Yes.
That was part of the reason for the Civil War. Because the blacks were tired of blacks being owners. You know, there were free black slaves. I mean, free blacks, and the free blacks wanted to be slave owners. And that's the crazy part. That's some history for you behind. The ones that got free before the Emancipation Proclamation wanted to be black slave owners. Now that's crazy stuff right there.
I want to keep it current for what I'm about to say, but like, I mean, to be honest with you, it's like, you know, I mean, and I know Fearless had raised this point. Why don't we support our own businesses? And it's like, man, when you go to a black-owned business, like you go to a black bar or a black strip club or whatever, you know, there's always some ratchet shit going on. Always. There's always a shooting. There's always a stabbing. You know what I'm saying? There's always fights breaking out, and it's like, you know, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to get shot. Like, you know, I don't feel like getting shot, you know? I mean, I was in Iraq and Afghanistan. I got shot, you know, at least I got paid to get shot at out there. Here, you know what I'm saying?
This brother's traumatized, okay?
I'm just saying from a... Go ahead.
No, finish your statement. I'm just letting you know I have a question after this. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay, but you know, it gets kind of hard to support, you know, black-owned business. Like I was in Dallas. There's a strip club I went to one night. You know, so I think I was supposed to meet somebody. They flaked on me, so I just went to the titty bar instead. And you know, it's a black-owned strip club in Dallas. And you know, I get there. There was a fight every 5 minutes. I mean, security got overwhelmed. There were so many damn fights. And then one stripper, I don't think she was working that night, but she was a stripper. she brought her, her white zaddy or whatever you call it, you know what I'm saying, sugar daddy, whatever. And somebody knocked that dude out. Soon, the dude wasn't even there 30 seconds. Somebody knocked his ass out cold. Dude was laying in a parking lot.
Hey, bro, why are we talking about supporting a black business? It's got to be a club or a strip club, bro. I mean, why? I'm just saying. I mean, why it got to be? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Mercy, to tell you the truth, we did talk about restaurants earlier. So,
I mean,
no, but it's limited. It's limited with us. It's limited with us.
It is.
If I say, brothers, let's go support a white business, what are we going to talk about? Strip clubs? Are we going to be talking
it's
about
a
clubs?
golf course. It could be something very nice.
I mean, if I knew how to play golf,
Mercy, the reason why is because we are consumers of that. We are consumers of alcohol. We are consumers of the strip club. That's what we consume as black people. So people, what do they say? Like I said, money, hoes, and clothes is all a brother knows. So what do we try to do? We try to open up those places to cater to, the hoes and the clothes.
Well, I mean, that's not completely true. I mean, you got white strip clubs. You got strip clubs that cater towards whites. Like you go to the ones on Scottsdale Road. Those are all, granted, they're all rip-off clubs, but they cater to the more affluent. You ain't going to see no black folks in there.
But just think what you said. The more affluent. That means the black people, none of their stuff is affluent. I mean.
Yeah. Orbis, go ahead.
I'm just being respectful here, so that's why I'm throwing my hands up so you guys can actually.
It's like hopscotch. Sometimes you just got to jump in when the rope comes around.
Yeah.
No, of course, but at the same time, I don't like interrupting people. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's just me.
Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to be respectful to all the brothers' opinion. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean. So if he brought up a very good point. So have you guys seen Wallow's rant that he's getting railroaded for, where he said, "You are not going to sell me the black business bullshit. Is your product good or not? Is your are you giving me like? Have you guys seen that?
I agree with him.
Everyone's thoughts on that.
No, I said it too.
Just because you're a black-owned business, it doesn't mean that
you still need to compete.
Customer service,
customer
should
service.
Be doing
You got to
all that.
compete.
Meaning, if I can say black-owned, then I'm saying what's next? Even if it comes to quality. One thing I will say is what we should do is, if you are at least competitive, say your prices are 5% more than a competitor, but everything else is equal, then we should support our black businesses, because that's what Asians do. That's what every other culture does. Like I said before, the Jewish people say, I don't care how much you want to cut it up. I'm not going to go against my brother. I'm going to. The problem is,
by the way,
we do poor quality.
Sorry to interrupt you, but if you ever heard any Israeli or anybody speaking Hebrew and they call you Kushi, that means nigga. So I'm just letting you know.
Okay. Oh, because they call me Coochie. I thought they want to go to the strip club.
No.
He's stupid.
I'm just letting you know. I'm letting you know firsthand. They calling you a nigga. Straight up.
I appreciate it. I
mean, well, listen.
That is one thing. We just sacrifice. We really do poor customer service. And we expect we charge double and give less. That's the issue.
Yeah, and to Fearless's point, he played a video earlier where it was a black guy owned a restaurant. Black women start twerking in the middle of it, in the middle of a damn restaurant. And he's like, and he tells them knock it off. Now all of a sudden they all mad, and and again, that's not to bash black women, but that's what it's like going to black owned. I only bring that up. That's what it's like going to a black owned place. And I think Ronan had brought up a point, and he's right about the banks, black owned banks. Heard that? Why don't we put our money in black owned banks? They fee you to death. You deposit a check. There's a fee. There's a monthly maintenance fee. I mean, there's more fees than Wells Fargo.
What about HBCUs?
Nothing against my alphabet community, but they not catering to the brothers. They catering to the brothers that they're catering to are not the most masculine.
You're talking about are you talking about the FBI, CIA, or LGBTQ? RSTU?
The LGCB, ABC.
Yeah, all right. Just making sure we understand the same language. I
wonder. I want to know people's thoughts about, because I just have a theory. I mean, I wasn't born in this time, but it seemed like it's something that happened. The switch seemed to have happened around the civil rights movement, where we was fighting to be equal with the people who didn't like us very much, and then we got what we thought we wanted. But before then, we were forced to shop amongst ourselves and to do business. So that's how you get the Tulsas and all that stuff we already know about. I actually went to Tulsa too and saw the shadow of what it used to be. But I wonder, like, if
here's the biggest thing, Joe. Here's the biggest thing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Here's the biggest thing I noticed, even on the video I played from 1954. The one point he brought up that I don't know if anybody caught it. Black families were together. They made decisions, buying decisions together. The black nuclear family was the strongest in those days than the white community could handle. The dismantling of the black nuclear family is what started all this.
That's when the project
around that
started.
time frame. It started around that time frame.
No, I don't think it even had anything to do with that. What happened was if we all lived in a community and we could only buy from other black people, it was a competition with us. We had to make sure that our products were better, were still good. When we got the ability to buy from everyone, we got a perception that the white man's ice was colder. It could be the same thing. And so we had businesses and we said, oh, you have a pharmacy and you're going to sell the same exact medicine. That white man medicine is doing me better. Even though we were going to places that were not giving us substantial customer service and didn't really want us there, we would still patronize that because in our mind, whatever they had was entirely better.
Well, like my dad, when I bring that thing up to my dad all the time, he always say, black people was forced to be together. We only stayed together because we were forced to be together. It ain't like we wanted to be together. We were forced to. He always says that. And so when you talk about that, you got to understand, too, there were laws that kept us from going to other areas. So that's why we had to stick together. And then we made good businesses. We made good products, no doubt. We did all that. But we still was at a deficit because we could not sustain that because we were not separate but equal. Because a lot of our schools that we had, we had passed down books. He talked about that. He talked about how you had one classroom with several grades in it. That wasn't sustainable. We could not sustain it like that. So that's why we had to integrate. And then they were burning it like my dad's high school. They burned his high school down. They burned his high school. So they were burning churches. They were burning high schools back then. So we could not be separate but equal because they would burn down the high school. And so they didn't want us to have our own high school.
Mercy brings up a very good point because there's another thing you had to look at prior to Brown v. Topeka. That's the law that integrated the schools, the Supreme Court case that integrated the schools. But he had a very valid point. The thing is, black people, believe it or not, back then when we paid taxes, our tax dollars not only did it go to black schools, but it was going to white schools. So that's why black schools were underfunded. We couldn't go to the white. Yeah.
So thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, you can look up the case, but yeah, our schools were it was no secret our schools were poorly funded. So as you know, when you pay taxes, if you're a homeowner, for example, you pay that money that you pay taxes on for your home. it goes into your local school system. Well, they would take our money and put in, they give us just enough, or what they felt was just enough, and they would, majority of the money was going to the white schools. So we were funding their kids to go to schools we couldn't go to.
But just to go
And
back
then
to
they
schools,
burn,
I
like
want to
my-
ask: has anybody here gone to a HBCU?
No, sir. I've never been to
Well, why
college.
not? So I'm just curious. Why not? If you had the opportunity, if you went to college, whomever may have went to college, why didn't you go to a HBCU, and why did you attend a predominantly white school?
HBCU. I wanted to go to HBCU. I wanted to. I told my parents I wanted to go to HBCU. They said they weren't going to spend their money on a black college. That's what they told me.
But then too,
I'm not even from this country, so I'm completely out of this conversation, so I can't even speak.
Look, I can speak on it. I actually applied to Florida Agriculture, FAMU,
For A&M.
and and I was declined. So I mean, I graduated with a 2.1 GPA, but my ACT score was a 23. So I was one of these smart kids, but that was a slacker. So I applied to FAMU. I got the nod, and I went to community college. After community college, decided to go to FIU, and that's it. So it was like my first initial school was FAMU, but I was denied.
The college I got into was highly ranked in the nation for architecture. It was right in my state, Kansas University. So I got accepted. They only take 150 students per year. I was accepted my senior year in high school. So there was no reason for me to look anywhere else.
But Fearless, to your point, like, so for example, I mean, everything depends on what type of school you go to, especially for, let's just pick lawyer, for example. If you went to, say, Harvard, for example, right, your chance, once you graduate, you probably have a better job placement rate than, say, you went to, I don't know, University of Texas Law School. Right, because you probably got more connections at Harvard.
Well, I mean, you bring an excellent point, and I'm gonna say this: it depends on, like you say, depends on your career choice. And there are a lot of HBCUs that are placing people in certain fields more than white schools, because I watch all that data. So it depends on what you want to major in. Some schools are very good at those career fields, and some aren't. So it just depends.
Just think about this. I want to tell you, if you look at the endowment is where they give back. So let me just see that. What is the endowment of Harvard?
My normal response would be pause, but I'm gonna try to chill tonight.
Harvard University endowment is $53 billion.
That's insane money.
Jesus Christ, that is
who are
wild.
graduating from Harvard are giving back. Black people don't even give back to the colleges that they graduated from.
Can you pull up Howard or any HBCU? Now I'm just, you got me curious. I want to see.
Which one? You want me to do Morehouse? Or you want me to do Howard?
Morehouse.
All right.
I want to see Morehouse. Morehouse is interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Morehouse, they got some money. I mean, that's not 53 billion. It's 186 million.
Oh, but that's peanuts compared to 53 billion.
But look how long Harvard been around, though, bro. I mean, it's like Harvard started the race a long time before Morehouse existed, bro.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, but it doesn't matter in this sense. A lot of people don't give back to those colleges. They don't try to give back. And I'll play this. Here's one reason why and what is changing with the school system. And this is a lady that's telling you this. See if I can play a little bit of this. And this is what they're doing in our Black community. And this is how they branding this.
Are you gay? If not, come to an HBCU and we'll fix that. It was just, they want to make these men soft. And I don't understand what the obsession is. Well, I guess it is feminism, but there's like this obsession to make men into women. I was reading about the, toss your fears in the fire and the guy selling the shirts, you're worth it. Men didn't used to need all of that. But it's like they want to make men women. So if they're skipping out on college, I'm all for it as long as they're doing something else, which I think would be the problem if they're not actually going into entrepreneurship and making useful lives, which I do know that that's an issue as well.
Let me see
But
if I can skip to where she said her daughter went there.
I was just seeing them.
She said her
And
daughter
when I
went
saw
there.
them talking about DEI college, that's what we're kind of think that men used to teach men or young boys.
Man, do you want to go to poorhouse? I believe, and they ran the.
Went to sit down beside
Oh,
him.
this is her daughter. So this is her
and there was
daughter.
a really cute guy in
So
class.
I'll give you the background real quick. Her daughter
Okay.
was on a day where she wanted to visit the college, and this is what you get.
Who are at HBCUs. And I can remember my daughter telling me a story about how she went to class, one of her classes for the first day, and there was a really cute guy in class already sitting there. And so she intentionally went to sit down beside him. And so she was, nervous and thinking maybe he'll say something to me. And she said he turned around and said, "Girl, did you read syllabus?" She said
Wow.
her thoughts and her hopes, just flew out the window because she was surrounded by feminine Black men. And
Is this what they're doing at our schools? Is this what, when they keep saying, "Oh yeah, it's only 23% men, but it's all these women"? Is that what feminism is doing? Is that the brand we have? I mean, we can't even have our
I
own
think it's
school.
some truth. I think it's some truth to what she's saying. I'm not gonna say there's not gay people at HCUs. I'm just saying, but still, even when I was in college a long time ago, you know how Black women overlook dudes. So I mean, come on now. I mean, that happens all the time. I mean,
Yeah, but
her daughter
dude
probably
wasn't overlooking her because she was a female, or because she was ugly. He just
but
wasn't
she
looking at no
probably
women.
picked out the cute dude though. She probably picked out a cute dude. He wasn't masculine. She probably picked out a cute one. Oh, I like his curly hair.
Well, I mean,
Hold up. Go ahead, Forbes. Forbes, go ahead real quick.
First off, before I go off, Kino. Yo, you still there? Kino?
He might be asleep.
No, he here. He here. All right, cool. Kino.
I'm here.
Ever
I'm
since
here. I'm here.
you met me, because you know me personally, right?
Yeah.
Ever since you have met me, you have known me to be an artist and a musician from day one. Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So I got into it with my homeboy last night because I said F Dolce and everything that she stands for, because she stood out of her way to say that a red flag for a man is a straight one.
Oh, yeah.
Last time I checked, if a man says that about a woman, he is considered what?
Misogynistic? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I think what people say in social media now, especially nowadays, is all for shock value.
No, it's 100% shock value. But if we are going to stand up as men, especially Black men, we need to stand up 100%.
No, I say we need to walk away. That's it.
There's a difference between walking away and actually telling people that this should not.
No, I think we should walk away. Silence kills. Silence destroys everything, man. Just like, you know what? If you're not gonna fall in line and help build this community, fuck it, I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
You got one life to live. Why fucking try to convince other people that don't want to fall in line? Why waste? That's waste of time and energy.
Yeah.
I'm too old. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting older. I'm 47 now. I'm not gonna waste my fucking time arguing with you. Like, it just, I'm not. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, listen, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to build, and I want you to be part of it. If you don't want to fall in line, fuck you and move the fuck on. Walk away.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
let's say you want to build. Let's just do that. I want to go off that work and all. What kind of business?
No,
would you
but I'm
start?
just showing you my perspective on that. You
No,
get
no,
what I'm saying?
that's fine. Yeah, I'm saying, what kind of business would you start, and how would you build it, and would you build it through the Black community?
Me, as far as the business to the back up, like, well, just me personally, I got two obsessions: music and food, bro. So that's it. That's just me personally. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to actually build two qualities over here, and this was the other thing that we ended up beefing over last night too, because he's worried about and I'm not gonna say names, so don't worry. We're not gonna, right? He was talking about a major league artist. He's like, what if that major league artist is looking at me? I'm just like, why does that matter when you actually are a better artist than him? Why don't you focus on your own craft? You get what I'm saying? It's just stuff like that. It's just sometimes we just look too far up the ladder where we don't realize that we actually have all the talent. We have all the build. We have all the gumption right here. Why we not actually focus on each other rather than looking at a Kanye West, or just as an example, why we not doing that? It's like that mentality just kind of pisses me off. So pardon me getting pissed off, but I just hate that kind of conversation. Was just like,
let me rephrase the question. You make music, you make food.
Yes.
Would you make music that would cater toward Black people or white people? Would you have a restaurant that would be toward Black people or white people or others? Let's say Black
whoever
people.
walks in through my front door. You get what I'm saying? I just happen to be Black.
We say that, but are you going to be cooking some Chinese food?
No.
All right, so
that is not my specialty.
The food that you cook will determine the people that walk in.
Cool. But guess what?
What type of
Other
food are you
cultures
cooking?
are going to walk in, but I am not going to
Tell me a
change.
time
Mhm.
that other cultures walk in. We go to, and I said it before, we go to Chinese restaurants, we go to Mexican restaurants. How many white people?
They
are
don't change for
cooking
us.
food? So what type of food are you going to make?
My food. That's it.
But it's still going to cater toward a certain group of people. So is that Caribbean food? Is that Trini food? Is that
It's 100% Caribbean food. You get what I'm saying?
So
I'm not gonna change up just because you happen to be from a different region. It's like, no, you came here in my house. That's stupid.
No, they're not going to come to your house. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to come to your house. That's the issue.
You don't see a lot of white people who are like Caribbean food eaters unless it's like a niche thing. Whereas you see a lot of us going to their restaurants for like their fine dining cuisine or the European inspired dishes. So it's not going to be the same with you as it is with you with them. It's just not.
Right.
And that's what I mean by everything we have is hood, meaning we don't, it's hood. We're viewed.
But why is it? But I'm right there with you. So you know, I'm at Fearless. You on the same page. We just communicating in a different way. I'm backing up. That's all.
And that's what I mean when I say, made in China, worn in the hood. Everything can be made somewhere else, but our stuff is ghetto. No matter what we do, it becomes, the perception is. So that's what I mean. What kind of business could we actually start that would get support?
And we don't even support ourselves.
You talk about like mainstream support? I would say grocery store.
Period. We don't support ourselves. We are the only. All right, so check this out. Here's the wildest part about this, and Kino knows this about me personally. I am heavy into battle rap. Look at any other music genre on the planet. They do not beef with each other, but our genre is based on beef.
No, but I'll say this. I think Ronan just played that. 3 chicken wings with the fried rice. The Asian people, they gonna dance to it. They gonna make money off of it. They gonna do all of that within themselves, and that's a black culture. So these other groups can also take our culture and profit off of it in ways that we can't. We just talk about fried chicken. With a Korean fried chicken, it's like, damn, compared to
Top notch.
They making barbecue.
And we taught them how to make it. They spent
The reason I asked you what type of food you making is because an Asian person, I seen in the hood, those little Alabama fish markets or whatever, they be owned by the Arabs. And they making Alabama fish market for black people. I've seen barbecue places, that's Asian. The reason I asked, why are you only catering to black people when they cater to everybody? They come in and steal the culture and make out. White people come to our culture, Chinese people, all the people can come to our culture, and we so messed up that we feel we can't even go to their culture. That's why I asked why you only want to make Trini food.
Let me say this real quick. Every other culture can appropriate
I'll
and
challenge you on
misappropriate.
that, though. But
Every other culture can misappropriate and appropriate our culture whenever they please. Utilize it to the nth degree. And then it when it becomes a double negative, they can walk away from it and go back to theirs, no problem. We cannot do the same. Our culture
Ronan,
is our
talk.
culture. So they can act black, they can do anything, they can dress that way from Asia to white. But when it's a negative, they can walk right away from it. We're stuck
And there's no
holding it.
no nothing.
There is no retreat.
There's no. They don't get to compensate for nothing. They
But
just
we
get
allow it. That's the question. Why do we allow it?
Why? Well, now I'm gonna ask you a question. Why is it? So I'm gonna ask you, Ronan, and I'm gonna ask, why is it that we allow that so much?
You can't allow. How you gonna stop it? What do you mean allow it? Ask Lil Wayne who he catered to. He ain't gonna say no Negroes.
Talk about it. Talk about
He
it.
gonna
sir.
say the majority of the people in his concert are white people. So appropriate. Of course he don't care. It's money. You say, why do we allow it? That's where he make his money at. Not off those Negroes. Negroes gonna complain about the price of tickets. They gonna go there and fight. They gonna destruct everything. White people just gonna go there and sing and have a good time and get drunk.
So we export. That's interesting. Well, Lil Wayne is smart.
Why are
Exports
we
to
the biggest exporters, the biggest consumers, and we are not benefiting?
That's what I'm
There's a
saying.
difference between we have the talent, right? We have the ability, the artistry, the charisma, whatever it is that the world loves. They can take it. We know how to create, but we don't. It doesn't necessarily translate to business mind, business sense, and action. It's completely different skill sets. You can be talented dancing and singing, but that doesn't mean you're going to be just as talented and skilled in the business side of it. Unfortunately. So we can export these gifts that come from God, that we've always had, the singing and dancing, with that musicality, the rhythm. People are inspired by it, but we don't know how to take it and flip it and make money from it from ourselves and produce it in that way. We know how to export it, so other people can then exploit it, but we can't do it to benefit ourselves and our community. Why? I don't yet know.
I mean, I could tell you why. First of all, we don't have any discipline. You gotta have discipline, man.
That's hard.
You gotta have self-respect. Like what I talked
say it
about
again,
earlier. If I open the door for you, what's wrong with saying thank you? That don't cost you nothing. That don't cost
Say
you
that again.
anything.
What we don't have.
Like I'm a teacher and I'm dealing with these kids, and I'm telling them, man, how I made it. And I'm telling them how to make it. They're not listening. I said, I wasn't the smartest person, but because I had manners, I got jobs because I had manners. They said, this young kid ain't like the other kids. He said, yes, sir. I'm not saying you got to say yes, sir. I know y'all don't like saying that, but I said that and got nice jobs because I said that. They said, yes, sir. We hear that. I was in the city, like, yes, sir. This young man talking like what they talk like that from? They said, we going to hire him. So what I'm saying is, I just had a little discipline, had just a little bit of discipline. And there were thousands of kids applying for jobs, and I got got jobs over white kids that were better qualified, all because I was respectful. All because I was respectful, yo. Now I didn't make a lot of money, I didn't make a lot of money, but I had a job. Other people didn't. But my point is, I was trying to make is you got to have a little discipline. Our kids be skipping school. Our kids be coming late to school. You call their parents to act like they don't care. I mean, all this is part of that. Now, if you can't go to class on time, how you gonna go to a job on time? But they tell me, oh nah, usually they tell me. They say, well, if you was paying me, I would come on time. That's what they tell me. They said because I don't get paid to go to school, that's why I don't come on time. But I said, well, look, you gotta practice. You gotta practice. This is your practice. You come on time now, and then you practice that, because then you build bad habits. And now what's going to happen, what a lot of people don't understand, like this Gen Z generation, a lot of them, like you said on YouTube, they can't find jobs, bro. They can't find jobs.
I love that you said that. That was fire. That was fire. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, we're trying to get to I don't think we can. There's just so many different threads you can go with it, as to why do consume other things.
Joe, I think you and me in the same space right there. It's like, but what he said right there was fine.
They're all problems. We all have observed individual problems, just obviously being black and growing up in our own communities. We see, oh, this thing. And I'm like, oh yeah, I saw this thing. I'm like, this thing. I'm like, damn. So it's not really one thing. It'd be nice if it was just one thing, like we're going to tackle that. But I think Ronan hit it earlier. And I think the core of the issue is the lack of the nuclear family and that how it disintegrated somewhere around the 60s and 70s. That's just what happened. And so all these other issues kind of stem from there. But the core of it all, it's just black men and black women not coming together, not being married, and not doing the things we used to do that built the Wall Streets and things like that.
Now, some of the things I cut out of that video.
I hate when I gotta prove these people wrong. I'm sorry.
Now, some of the things I cut out of that video was that there was a negative connotation to that video where the white man was saying, well, they're slow to make their payments and they're not good buyers of products because you can't trust them. And the guy dispelled every one of those. We paid our bills on time. We were more apt to pay our car notes on time, our house notes on time. We were the most consistent payers of whatever we were indebted to in that time frame. How much has that changed?
A lot.
50s.
I mean, that's the whole point of the conversation, right?
Yes.
Kind of reminds me of old Chris Rock joke. He said when a black child born, they already in debt.
Yeah,
bad credit score. Yeah, out of the womb. AT&T billing collections.
Let me show this fool something again. I hate when I got to prove that idiotic fool.
Leave American Talk Live alone.
Yeah, I gotta leave him alone. I'm just going here. Fried chicken. Where did it go? African seasoning, we're done. Fried chicken provided the means of independent economic slave for enslaved black people. That's where it came from. It was a mix with black people from West Africa. It says it on here. We did it.
Ironically, that's where my real name comes from. It was crazy.
Yeah, and palm oil. That's what I'm saying. That's what. So yeah, did we invent fried chicken in a sense? Yeah. So see, it ain't that other channel, man, where y'all say that stupid stuff that you always say over there that we don't fact check. Now, of course, there are different ways. I mean, it came from Middle East. I mean, a whole bunch of people made things to go into it. But
Mr. Fearless, I would actually challenge you to actually do this, and I want you to do this in your spare time because I think it's actually funny. You might want to introduce this to yourself, right?
Okay.
Because I'm a battle rap guy. There's a guy named Your Honor, and he has a rant called "I'm Better Than You."
Okay.
You might want to introduce that to It's
Go ahead and
crazy.
put that in. I'm better than you. All right, that's something to do.
No. The battle rapper's name is Your Honor. He's like, I'm better than you. I cook better than you. My hoes better than yours. You know, like he does that, and then he does it in reverse. I could get $1 quicker than you. So you might want to check that out. It's actually funny as hell. So you know what I mean? Just saying.
So you
get a kick out of it.
So you do music?
Yeah, I do music. I've actually done music for 20 years. I produce for people, DJ. Yeah, I just kind of do everything. Anything that has to do with music, I'm there. You know what I mean? King all over here can actually vouch for that. I've been obsessed with music from the
Can
time
you can you do a song? Can you make a song about saving your money? Investing in stocks, bonds. Appreciating assets.
I've actually kind of done that recently. The
have.
way how I rap, I actually talk real grown adult stuff. Just for me personally, I believe that I became a better rapper when I stopped trying to rap. I just talk. You get what I'm saying?
Kind of like, do you do like a Slick Rick, like telling the story?
I just talk.
No,
I literally talk. I just talk. But the things that I talk about is actually real adult life stuff. I don't try to talk slick. I don't talk about getting chicks or some stuff like that. It's just like, I'm just tired of you people actually just trying to like play with me and play with my life, man. It's just like,
Yeah. And the only reason I ask you that question, because that's, somebody had asked a question earlier, about how we could change that, and that would be a start right there. With you and your music background, you start making songs about, how to live. You know what I'm saying? How to make it in this world. Kind of like we had brought up the Jay-Z song, The Story of OJ. Where OJ is trying to teach you how, to do these things, right? In that song, if you do the same thing, but that's a good way of starting right there.
Somebody from England was talking about paying me, doing a song, and he literally was actually just trying to like, he was basically riding off of the Black Lives Matter train, right? And the way how he was rapping, like he sent me the song, I didn't even like how he was rapping. You feel what I'm saying? He wanted 16 bars. I gave him a whole 36. And I gave him the 36 just to let him know. I'm just like, you from England. You don't know what black people over here is dealing with in America. So shut up. You know what I mean?
I bear to differ because most of our actors are from England. The black.
No, I get that. No, but the way how this guy was talking, the way how this guy was talking,
we import everything.
Yeah, like when he sent me the verse, he was just like every 2 bars, he was like, "But I'm black." I'm like, what? So I started off the verse was saying that we are traumatized from the second we interact with people. Sooner or later, we realize that no man is equal, at least to certain people. From history, it seems you are privileged or property depending on your genes.
But going back to my earlier point,
you know what I mean?
about discipline. I mean, look at Carmelo Anthony, man. This dude had a bright future, man. I'm not saying it's over, but look what he sacrificed. If he just had just a little bit of discipline, just walk away from the situation. I mean, this dude probably had a 4-year scholarship waiting on him. He was a captain of the football team, 4.0 GPA, got two parents in the house, make good grades. I mean, he's the type of black man, we want to look up to. He's a model student. And look now, he's got a murder charge. So he's at least temporarily has missed out on some opportunities. So all I'm saying, if he would have walked away from the situation, just had just a little bit of discipline, He'd probably be on a university somewhere. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm mad about this whole situation with him is I feel like he sacrificed so much in that fight. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just gotta walk away. Some fights you just don't need to fight.
And then when you
and
look
that
at the
was
fight,
one
that
of
fight was all about 5 minutes, if that.
Not 5 minutes. Maybe 5 seconds.
Yeah.
He lost too much, man. He lost too much.
Yeah.
For future.
Yeah.
I think we get
Sure
mad
did.
about it. We know that having grown up in those environments, that is what he did is the typical, it's the norm.
Hey guys, is
See
Rolo
someone
sleeping?
when you see someone who did the opposite,
Not yet. Not yet for the first time, and that's the only time you ever gonna get to make fun of me like that. Happy birthday, motherfucker.
I'm knocked out over there, man.
I'm not knocked out, man. I was reading my text.
Yeah,
I'm 13 hours behind old girl. She's awake. So
we're gonna wrap
No,
it
but
up.
Joe,
We don't
finish
wanna stay
your
on too
point,
late
man. I
anyway.
want to hear what you have to say, bro.
I don't have a point to finish. That was it.
Oh, that was it. Okay, my bad. Sorry.
Guys, we're not gonna stay on too much longer. We just want to
Nah, of course.
I hope we don't have no. We still really didn't find no solutions because it seems that
there ain't one.
Yeah, man, that's kind of sad that we don't have one. That we don't.
Well,
us
at
as
the end
black
of the
people,
day,
we're just
what kind of
consumers.
solution are we looking for? What is it going to take for black people to actually invest in each other? That's really the number one question.
Well, no,
right?
not that. I wouldn't say that.
Because
No,
China
not
just
invest in
exposed.
each other. Not that. All that China exposed was that we're willing to pay top dollar. We're willing to pay the most expensive for things that aren't expensive. That in our mind, in order for us to look good and feel good, we have to buy the top brand. Where other people say, "No, I don't really need that." So it's not about even manufacturing. It's why are we spending our dollars, our hard-earned dollars, on things that don't really matter, just to impress people who don't care about us?
Well, in a way, Fearless, I did kind of have a solution in a way. Basically, like I said, use the music. The same thing that what pushes consumerism, in that living beyond your means lifestyle, rap music. Why not use rap music to spread a positive message about saving your money?
Don't do anything. You know, even when we had it, self-destruction, you're headed for self-destruction. You know, we used to have all that rap music, and it was still brothers doing the same.
Mr. Darnell, you got the wrong person to talk to about that, so I'm gonna shut up.
Well, you're the only one I know on this panel that does music, brother. I can't rap. I can't do no music.
Oh no, I'm talking about like, dude, I've actually chopped it up with Slaughterhouse, the entire of Slaughterhouse, so people know who they are. I've chopped it up with Slaughterhouse. You get what I'm saying? People don't really care. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I've heard that. You're not the first person to tell me that, because I know people in the music industry here in Phoenix that's garbage, by the way. But and I asked that very same question, and he's like, "Hey, man, garbage sells." That's all they tell me. Garbage sells.
Hey, think about this, man. We got about 10 people watching. I seen a video that Rona sent me with Jay Rillo walking around embarrassing himself in Colombia. I mean, just going up to random girls on the street, about to get his butt whooped. And he had 300 people watching, doing just the most ignorant stuff I've seen.
oh, so
I mean, talking to people, talking to people.
Somali, right?
Yeah, another guy, he's like, "Yeah, what's up?" He talking to people in English that don't speak English. And then he's like, and then he think by putting a accent on what's up, that's Spanish. Like, señorita, what is your WhatsApp? What you just said.
Nah, get your ass whooped, bro. No,
So,
we not
what
doing
I'm saying,
that.
so when Darnell says we into the trash, we into the trash.
Yes, you have a point, Fearless. You have a valid point. That's if only 10 people are watching this show where we're having a real serious discussion and trying to fix things, but
that's
people
why
like Jay
our
Rello,
culture is irredeemable. It's beyond a point of return.
Oh,
So is it
maybe
best for
we
us to just start assimilating and start doing?
That's why I
polite
said the
culture
quickest
stuff?
way to assimilate is to mix. I'm
Well,
an advocate for that shit all day long.
But the only problem with that, Ronan, is like at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, you're still gonna be, to those other community, you still gonna be a nigga at the end of the day. You know, you could be the most polite person, you could wear, you could wear a cowboy hat and boots, cowboy boots, and at the end of the day, you're still, you're not gonna be one of them. Like, you and I, we both light skinned. We
I've
ain't black
not had
and we
that
ain't
much
white.
problem. Listen. I have not had that much problem in my life when it comes to racism. Unfortunately, I can't.
In the
attest to
Israeli
that.
community, I have. That's how I know what the word kushi means. You know what I mean? I've been there.
I mean, I went to, you know what I'm saying, a Lutheran school, I'm 10 years old, 10, 11 years old. And they kept trying to equate me to me and my brother. And I think there was one other black person that went to that school. So there's only three of us.
I can tell you this. I had more problems within my own culture than others.
And that would be a fact.
And I mean, I'm sure that's true. But at the same time, if you think that white people are going to embrace you with open arms, you're right. I mean, hell, look at what goddamn, what's his name? Nick Fuentes just did that black conservative guy.
Hold on, Nick Fuentes is a fucking racist.
Here's the thing.
Let's not cap
you guys look at internet as a hyper realistic reflection of what true life looks like. These guys are exceptions and fucking outliers.
These guys can't step outside their whole own house.
No, listen. Because they have a YouTube channel and they might have some closeted followers, these guys are all outliers. That is not the way the world is really projected. You guys stay online way too much. I look at Kanal. Kanal is over there asleep. And he got the nerve to talk about me. Look at him. That brother's eyes is closed.
He was projecting real hard.
See what happens? Karma come back to bite him. Look at him.
Who sleeps upright? I've never seen. He's like a vampire. He's like an upside down bat. Who sleeps?
You bad on his microphone.
Hey, Roland, you a bad mofo, bro. Nah, you gotta get
all I'm saying is I was just reading the text. That brother over there is gone.
Bro, you gotta give me some nap on that.
His
bro.
woman put it on him, okay? But anyway, what I'm saying is you guys are listening to a lot of online rhetoric and you're making it turn into something that's real. And it's such an outlier type of situation that's going on. I don't think he's sleeping. Yeah, he just woke up for half a second again. But anyway, a lot of these guys you guys are following, and a lot of these guys that are talking all this ish, like you said, they can't even come outside. They can't defend themselves. They can't do a lot of that shit that they talk.
But them can't even fight.
You know what I'm saying?
But the thing is,
I don't take them for a grain of salt. You know, I know what I had to deal with in my life. I know what my life experiences are. And half of the things some of these guys are talking about has never happened to me in real life. And I would say Fearless has the same experiences. I don't think he's had that many tough issues within his lifespan with what he's had to deal with from even before he got into playing for college ball, after he's gotten out. You put your head down, you do what you need to do, and you motor through that shit. And I can tell you this, you can say racism is one thing. All I know is if I produce and I'm a good guy in the companies I work for, corporate America, I've been all the way up to executive management and major corporations up to Fortune 100 companies. I never had a fucking problem when it came to somebody trying to, aside for just competitiveness, you take your eyes off the ball, somebody will stab you in the back in corporate America. Same thing in the military. But the whole thing is, if you're aware of your environment, I've never had those issues. I've had them within my own community. And that's the God's honest truth. I haven't had them outside of my own community. because nobody would dare.
Preach.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to call another man a liar, but at the same time, I guess maybe because I can only speak on my experience, but the thing is that when I use the examples of these people that are okay on the internet or whatever have you, it's not just the only thing is that this stuff is being recorded. Like my experience is not on tape, it's not on camera. I could be lying to you and making all this stuff up for all you know. But when you hear, like I said, Nick Fuentes say, Jason Whitlock, you are a token.
But you're talking
And
about
Jason
racist saying it to another.
You're thinking about one guy. This guy does
It's
not
a
have that much
racist.
power.
It's more. That's just an example. That's an example.
But the whole thing is, you're talking about a guy that's Mexican and thinks he's a racist, but he's also a negative to the white race in himself because his name is Fuentes.
Mm-hmm.
You're taking
That nigga is Spanish.
you're taking advice
you
or you're
talking
taking
about?
knowledge from somebody that is actually a contradiction in his own environment. They're not going to accept him if everything came down to it and they say there's a total separation. He's got to go too.
He a fucking racist ass bitch. Like, fuck out of here, bro.
He's got an
Fuentes.
identity crisis of anything. And you're taking,
I might as
you're
well,
taking
every
him
time he talks
literally
to
as
him,
somebody that's
I might as well
serious.
say suavemente.
You take him seriously as somebody that should be even advised. That doesn't make any sense. He's in denial of his own existence.
Well, that's a whole different conversation. But as far as that, but when you got white Hispanics, for example, yeah, they're going to throw themselves in the white community.
No such thing as a white
Hey, check
Hispanic.
this on.
You're
check
either
this on.
Hispanic
I
or
hate
you're
to
not.
interrupt you.
No, that's not true.
No, they just happen to be light.
Hold on, Darnell.
You have shades. Okay, everybody has melanin. Okay, there's no such
Darnell, I
thing
hate
as a
to
white
interrupt
Hispanic.
you.
You're either Hispanic or you're not Hispanic.
Because
Now-
last time I checked, you remember that woman? She was just like, Trump betrayed us. But meanwhile, the year before, she was just like, oh, and he's what? Nigga. Step aside, bro. We ain't gonna do this.
But anyway, we pulled up on 4 hours exactly, and we already called it for the night. So,
All right, cool. Also, by the
I
way,
appreciate everybody contributing to the panel. Everybody that came up, we appreciate you guys for your input. I would just say, when it comes down to brand name versus non-brand name, I look at quality. I don't care what's on the label.
So do you agree with what Wallow said? Do
Which
you
was-
give me when he said, give me quality, is your service good?
Yeah.
There we go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So while
Content.
I'm saying it, Fearless, thank you. Ronan, thank you. Kino, thank you. Joe, rock with you. Darnell, rock with you. Hey, appreciate it. And thank you for bringing me on here so we can actually chop it up. You know what I
I
mean?
appreciate you contributing to the panel. You're more than welcome to come back anytime, Forbes.
Peace.
All right. Shout out to D Ward for the $10 super sticker. I think you also gave one to Fearless earlier. Appreciate you, brother, for your contribution to the channel and the show always. One of my wrenches. Fearless, you got any closing remarks? And I know Black Man Travels is in and out right now.
No, I'm here. I'm wide awake, man.
Yeah,
I'm wide awake.
nah, brother, I called you out for 5 minutes.
No, see, I'm looking down. You always assuming that I'm sleeping. I'm wide fucking awake, bro. I'm listening, doing other things, man. My eyes just down. You were sleeping, so
No,
that's
I
a big
wasn't.
difference.
I was doing the same thing. I was texting my chick. She's sick. She has bruised ribs. She overworks herself all the time. Doesn't make any sense.
Hey, before we close out, Black Man Travels. When's the next time you going live?
Shit, I don't know. It's been a while, man. It's been a while. I was trying to go live.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to. My bad. Delay. There's a delay. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I probably start going live again next week. It's just been a lot of stuff happening at work, so been working more hours than usual.
Oh no, I understand. The only reason I was asking, since it's your birthday, I'll donate something to you for your birthday.
Oh, it's all good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem.
I ain't really got no closing words. I just don't. I don't see a way. You know, we're supporting. It's like we're supporting each other, but we don't give to each other.
Support Kino's birthday, man. Drop $5 in the Cash App, god damn it.
Well, you know what, Fearless? I know months ago I told you guys I hope you never go to trash, go to the trash style of YouTube and stuff, the crash out content and that's what I'm saying. Like at this point, man, I ain't gonna be mad at you if you did, bro. I mean,
why would I do that?
To make this money, we're gonna trash. I'm about to live stream in the favelas of Brazil. See if I can get robbed, and have somebody pay me some money.
May as well.
Might as well. I mean, shoot. If I can walk through, somebody can walk through Medellin and make that money doing nothing.
I mean, you man, let me shut up, man. Let me shut up.
And that's why every other community, there goes my closing. That is why every other community is winning, because we celebrate the worst. We pay the money to the worst, where everybody else celebrates the best. Yep, that's why they winning, and that's why we losing.
Yeah, it's a damn shame.
Well, guys, y'all have a good one. Kanal, man, happy birthday, brother. Glad the rotation made it around.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully that means by this time next year, your birthday wish was to get a 6-pack. Go ahead and, when you go down to the beach again, you can walk around in your that seasonal Haiti thong that y'all wear.
Oh, Jesus. He wears a Speedo? Don't tell me he wears a Speedo in public, brother.
He got a Speedo.
You going European on us, huh, Kanal?
European on him.
I didn't know you did the Speedo thing, black man.
He said he need a tan everywhere.
I can't take it. That's crazy work. All right, brothers, we need to end this, man.
You telling that man he gonna lift his leg up a piss behind a coconut tree?
All right, man. Y'all take care. Good night. Until next time.
Good night, gentlemen. Love and respect, bro. Hope you guys have a great weekend, yo.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Thank you.